the best part of the trip. This is the trip, the best part.
Boy, for someone who's never seen Fear and Loathing, you sure got the perfect opening clipped. That's such a crazy thing. How did you happen to go through 2 hours of Fear and Loathing and find them traipsing through a hotel lobby on an acid trip while stepping into goo?
Well, first of all, the trip line, that's Jim Morrison from the Soft Parade. So how dare you, sir?
It sounds like it's right out of Fear and Loathing's lobby.
No, that's my God, Jim Morrison, the Lizard King.
It could easily be in Fear and Loathing.
No, but it does fit, so I used it. But no, the rest of it's just the regular opening, and I rearranged the music.
You know, and I was bitter. You didn't delete. I don't know if you saw it or whatever. The clip I sent you that went, I think it went something like this. I'll do it really quick.
Sure.
Tonight. Don't you have any secrets?
Oh, yay.
So, I finally get to meet the much exalted Brenda Walsh.
Yep, finally got her to come.
You mean you finally asked?
Tell everybody who that is, Sarah.
Okay, thank you. That thank you for ending it, or before we get shot down in the YouTube sky. But
that might be a good drop for the future to have just that.
Yeah, but that is 90210 season 2. Brenda and Dylan are attending an AA meeting, of course, for Dylan, not Brenda. And John Densmore, drummer of The Doors, plays Dylan's AA sponsor.
That's so crazy. I feel like the Charles Rosen or someone are obsessed with The Doors that work on the production of that, and then because wasn't there another reference to The Doors?
Well, you got to remember, in the early 90s, they were a brand new band. They were just as popular as they were in the late 60s.
Oh, I think they're Nirvana for their time.
Oh, it's a great band. I love them. I love
Thank
them so
you.
much.
And you don't have imposter complex listening to them?
No. I was listening to Feast of Friends this morning and weeping.
I remember.
Don't ask.
I remember. By the way, A. Smith, thank you, sir, and thank you for giving the promotion or constantly doing the grunt work of you posting threads and stuff. You are, as the great Tina Turner said, you are simply the best. You are simply the best. I mean, I think she wrote that song for A. Smith in his promotions of this show, or she wrote it for Trump in Trump Golf. Way before the presidential stuff, chaos that we see now. He had a show on the Golf Network called Trump Golf.
Mm-hmm.
And I don't know how long this thing went. And this is when he was knee deep in the Howard years and stuff. And I was obsessed with Trump. Was like a pro wrestling manager to me, listening to him brag. And it was like so much fun to just listen to him brag. And
it's great.
The unself-awareness of it all. And just the huckster, a promotional con man, just to the we knew. I'm sort of laughing at him, probably not with him, maybe a little of both. And he had a show on the Golf Network called Trump Golf,
Mm-hmm.
and he would take celebrity friends of his, and they would just play 18 holes of golf together. And he would
boring.
The opening credits, but forget that. I don't know if you could still find it. The opening credits were Tina Turner's, who had to give him rights to this, "Simply the Best," and it wasn't
Rest in
anybody.
peace.
It wasn't anybody else. It was him playing golf
Mm-hmm.
and being Trump. It was a slow motion montage of Trump playing golf to Tina Turner's "Simply the Best,"
Yeah.
and it's just Trump at his most pompous ass, funniest, like a pro wrestling sketch, like in the 80s. It was just, I had it on VHS and I just watched it like 1,000 times
Mm-hmm.
over and over again. It's funnier than any stand-up special you ever see. Just him bragging. It's just, I couldn't get enough of it. Now it's not quite the same.
Yeah, I really wanted to try the Trump steaks before they went awry, but with
Speaking of
everything
Trump
else in his
steaks,
life,
speaking of Trump steaks, I was thinking about that the other day. I really soon we have to do Depp as Trump in
I know it has to be on Patreon though.
Oh, I know. It's 52 minutes, I think. It told
We were
the
preparing to do that as like the second Patreon episode, and it just got pushed back. So I have everything ready to go for it, but it's just got pushed back.
the art of the deal set in the 80s, and it feels like it's something you'd watch in 1986 or 87.
Mm-hmm.
Like literally could have been on the same time as Jump Street, which they should have done on that. They should have had a kind of a fourth wall 21 Jump Street homage where Depp looks at the camera and it's on in the background. They easily could have pulled that off.
Mm-hmm.
I think they were afraid that Depp wouldn't have been cool with he hates the show, don't bring it up. That whole thing. Screw that. Screw that. Right?
Correct.
Is
Speaking
G
of, may I cut in? I apologize. Speaking of Tina Turner, here's my homage. One of my favorite artists of all time, going back to Ike and Tina. Great music, great all the way through, even her disco era, leading into the rock era. I was vintage shopping in a little town called Staten, Oregon with my mother, and the woman behind the counter screams out to the entire store of 5 people, Tina Turner just died. So that tells you in a little tiny city, a little tiny town, she always an icon. And rest in peace. I didn't really like Angela Bassett as Tina Turner, but I love the movie. She's the greatest. Simply the best. Oh, God, that was stupid.
Oprah's just like Tina Turner, except she can't sing, she can't dance, and
We
she's
don't need
fat.
another hero. Oh my God. Oh.
Wasn't Oprah just obsessed with Tina Turner? Like she thought she was her
She had
spirit
some good
animal.
yes, she had some
Oh,
good interviews with Tina Turner.
like she really, that's what you could do when you're famous. You could just become. We say this about Depp all the time. You could just become famous with whoever you idolize in
Hmm.
the pop world. Your agents can hook it up and you can just become fast friends with other famous people who you idolize. And I think that was her goal. Like Kimmel was obsessed with being friends with Letterman and Howard. I think Oprah's goal was at all costs, the reason I'm famous is so I can become friends and the media kind of conduit for Tina Turner.
A
I,
lot
I
of
had
people,
never saw, they were always synonymous.
hmm a lot of people don't like Oprah, but if you read about Oprah's childhood, I wish her all the success in the world.
Well,
She was
everybody
doomed
hates
from the
everything
start.
that's too everything. Everybody hates everything that's too big or too famous. You can't get. I understand. She obviously, I would say that she does far more good than bad in the world. If I had to weigh it, I have no problem with her whatsoever. I don't know why I should. I'm still trying to figure out why I should have a problem with her. We're gonna
Well,
listen
believe
to
me,
Howard's manipulation.
if she was in my backyard, I'd close the blinds to steal to steal one of your lines.
Yeah, that's the mix.
But good for her. She made it.
Depp has an Oprah interview, which I never thought he would do. That was got to be at least a decade ago. I'm gonna go over that someday. I think I have the whole thing on hard drive somewhere. I want to say hi to the chat again. G Canada. By the way, when you told that story, I see G Canada and Lauren Marie in here. When you told that story about Oregon, I keep hearing that song. You remember that song? Was it Dream Academy or something? It went Salvation Army band plays, and the
No,
children drank lemonade. Hey,
no.
na na
Oh,
na,
okay.
life in a northern town. Every time
Okay.
Lauren Marie talks about upstate New York and Saratoga, you in Oregon, and G Canada and Canada, I think about that song.
Mm.
Rings through my head.
I
I
know
don't
that
know
one
why.
part. The rest of it you made unrecognizable.
Speaking of silent melancholic, which is Suam, welcome, Sue Monster. Always great to have you live as well. And thank you for all your, I don't know how to put this, head gassing, as it were. We are nothing without you and your positivity and Pollyanna positivity. I mean that in the best possible way.
Got to make up for
Uh,
my lack of.
Oh, you're comparing your Daria and
Yeah.
your Garofalo
Yeah.
to by the way, how do you feel today? Energy wise, it's a Sunday. It's the
I
middle
like
of the
Sunday
afternoon.
shows. I like getting this done early instead of 5 o'clock, right when I run in the door from work.
That makes one of
So
us.
I know I like doing this early. I would do this at 8 a.m.
Oh God, that's such a
Oh, I would
bad.
love it.
I was morning radio. I never understood the myth that somehow they did this thing where it's like the advertisers are just pay more. I don't buy into that at all. I despise Rush Limbaugh and all that he is, but that show was massive, and he was on in the middle of
Mhm.
the afternoon. So
Yeah,
I think that's totally bullshit.
I
They
listen
will
to it.
follow you. I remember Howard. I used to complain all the time. I thought that the Stern Show should have been replayed in the afternoon, all through from the late '90s on. I remember thinking I had this like epiphany, and I'm like, why don't they just replay it in the afternoon? What is because Buchwald obviously couldn't cut a deal to double his salary. You
Mhm.
know that's what happened, right? He went to Chiasano and Karmazin, and he's like, well, if we're going to replay it in the afternoon, it's probably going to double our audience, so he gets double the salary, right? Well, no, that's not how it works. And there was no because you couldn't, even if the energy doing radio is so low, I don't know how hard it was to catch a whole show back then when it wasn't replayed. And now the first thing he does when he gets a series is they replay it all day. You
Mhm.
cannot tell me that wasn't floated a few times. So I don't understand. I don't agree with the morning radio because it's such a bad energy, and you can see the stark contrast of a show that's on in the afternoon versus the morning, and how up everything is. And when you're trying to create some kind of, I think it was Adam Carolla that said roast beef is not meant to be eaten in the morning, and
Mhm.
comedy is not meant to be digested in the morning either. I agree 100%.
Yeah.
Silent
Agree.
Melancholic is the greatest name. That is such a cool name.
It's
Uh,
me. My childhood.
No, melancholy is one of my favorite big words, which I learned in my late 20s, and I use it probably every day.
It's
Great
so
word.
overdramatic. I roll my eyes at that word.
It's very dramatic, right? But you can't just say sad. You got to say melon. Was it
Mhm.
Jesus? Was it Smashing Pumpkins
Yep.
album title?
Melancholy and the Infinite Sadness.
Right.
Double album. Pretty good.
Welcome, Zepp. Hi to you as well. There's Ida Greenbacks. Welcome, Ida. Every
Since
time go ahead.
I apologize. You're hard to interrupt. Since we are talking to people right now, I want to say before I forget, if you need to reach me from this point on, you have to go through the deppening@gmail.com. Unfortunately, I cannot be reached on
What?
Radio Gunk anymore.
Let's go.
No further
What?
comment. So, so the deppening@gmail.com.
Oh
Thank
my
you.
God, investigate into this. I can't be.
We won't go any further due, you're in good standing, I'm not. Let's just say that.
Good standing.
I don't
I'm worried
care.
about being in
Whatever.
good stand. What the hell does that mean? That's a lot.
You are a
I get,
pioneer of the gunk. I am kind of, but
yeah, you are rich. You were there. You were on Stern Fan Network for Christ's sake. I think.
yeah, in 2000. I apparently made a boo-boo and I will not be going back.
All right, I got to hear more about
Yeah,
this off the
it's probably
air, as
off the
they
air,
pompously say.
and I
Ida,
don't
anyway,
care.
thank you, Ida, for all your support over and over again. We are nothing without you. We truly are. You are a mensch. You are my favorite broad in Chi-Town. I said that right, right? Chi-Town. You gotta write. You got to do any plugs, Sarah, before
No, I say we hit the
the
road or
business part
hit
of
the ground.
your normal spiel in the beginning.
No, I'm done.
Welcome, Autobot. Impossible to walk in this muck. That's exactly how the line went. Right. I got to watch the whole thing all over again. Because this is a Thompson show, although we're going to do a Lily Rose thing too, which is, I tell you, you can't avoid, no matter how we try, no matter how, if you add Lily Rose Depp into the mix, try as we may to do what our original plan was to just cover his career, vast career in life. And the controversy just doesn't stop. And
Mhm.
you can really blame Fairfax for all this, no matter what we see, even if it's tertiary stuff, it really is all brought upon by Fairfax.
Hmm.
Like I had that conversation with my friend Brendan through text. The amount of press coverage he gets is insane now. Just anything. And it's so forced, and there's a lot of people who aren't, they're all just posers and hangers on and goldfish brains who trying to latch on to the story. Hey, this gets me clicks, but I kind of wish it didn't happen in a way. The trial.
I get it. Yeah.
There's a part of me that wishes the trial never existed.
Hmm. Well, of course, we would still be. The thing is, we were talking about doing this before there even was talk of a UK trial. So we would still have this show. I don't know if it would be, not like we're, breaking the ceiling or any barriers here by doing this, but we would still be doing the show even if we were making $5 a show. So
We are
I
breaking barriers.
I agree with you. And like you said, there still is a random video that pops up in my suggestion feed of the what was it, the oh god, I forgot what they were calling, Law Tube. One of the Law Tubers is doing a
That's
live
what I knew
stream.
was out of control. Yeah, that's what I knew.
Even today I have a new one. They're talking about something about Depp. It's like, okay, have you seen Astronaut's Wife 8 times? No, you have not.
I just spit out my coffee using my own beat to death terminology against me. I'm sorry. Rick the Electrician, welcome, sir. Always great to have you. Another great supporter and fan. I don't know if I want to put this out there because I was gonna do it for this, but I was so scattered. I got kind of sick on Friday. I woke up with that cotton mouth where the fan is hitting you in the face, and I have sleep apnea anyway, so I'm kind of doing that. And then couple that with a fan hitting you at medium speed, and I just woke up with that. It took me like a good 18 hours to shake the sore throat. Sometimes it doesn't go away.
I've had 4 months of, a sore throat, so I get it. You don't know what's coming. You don't know if it's allergies. You don't know if you slept with your mouth open. I get it. It's awful. And your other symptoms you were describing were not pleasant either. So you couldn't have done it Friday.
We're gonna do a part 2 of Thompson because I didn't even get to the things that there's a huge article that when the chronicles the two of them hanging out back when Rolling Stone and Depp were in good standing, and so that's going to be next time. But anybody who is a Thompson, I guess Autobot is, right? A huge fan is welcome to sit in and comment on this, because Sarah's in Thompson novice. You don't really care about his world, or you're trying to, or you're getting there, and you didn't see Fear and Loathing, but you know the relationships. It's not like I was a bit obsessed with it, but I'm not gonna say that I was a Thompson fan before Depp. I wasn't. I became a fan because of him. That's just one of those things. That's why we did the movie thing, because it's like, would you have cared about this if he weren't involved in it? And I don't know if I would have. I don't know if if John Cusack forged or Sean Penn forged the relationship that Depp had with Thompson, would I have cared about Thompson's world? I don't know.
I certainly would not. I didn't like Thompson. In '94, Courtney Love was on the cover of Rolling Stone. I still have the issue. I'm still obsessed. I don't know why. But Hunter S. Thompson was on the cover. I've never read the article. I just wanted it to be Courtney Love being interviewed about Kurt Cobain, taking up the entire cover. How dare you put Hunter S. Thompson's name even slightly larger than Kurt Cobain's on that cover? So I've held a grudge the entire time.
I don't know how to explain how big he was to Rolling Stone. I'm trying to think of a comparison, like some major, almost like what I can't think of a great uh, Bob Costas was to NBC. Like he's almost like the scribe face of the big star at the I mean, I don't know how long that lasted and what kind of readership but he got to a point where anything he wrote, people just loved it no matter what it was. It was just completely exonerated from any criticism, or it was just, if it came off his pen or desk, it was great no matter what, no matter how embellished. And I don't know if he was aware of yeah, I mean, I'll overuse the word sacrosanct. He was like, it was just, there's nothing he can he would just get gigs like I remember my cousin reading something by him. He goes, this is kind of dopey and really. He goes and said to me, like, it's amazing what this guy gets away with. And he could just put anything down, and it's just lionized. And he was right. He was right. I mean, I read it too. I'm like, yeah, I guess you're. I didn't want to believe it. I'm like kind of just yesing him, and I thought about it, and I was like, you get to that point. Is everything you do? It's like everything Neil Young does, right? Is this artistic brilliance? No one. He's completely immune to criticism. There's a weird kind of finite group of people in the world of entertainment and arts that have that, where they're just above criticism.
Mm-hmm.
Steph Taylor, I love. I'm gonna go through the chat for a bit here, and I love 90210. That's so. What do you think Jim Morrison would think of Densmore doing that?
He would vomit.
Yeah, there's so many Cobain comparisons, right? Like you always say that Cobain would throw up at a lot of stuff Dave Grohl does.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, Kurt Cobain,
really
if
is in
he
the
wasn't,
commercial
if
world.
Kurt Cobain wasn't cremated, he would be spinning with what Dave Grohl does. I mean, I'm not saying what Dave Grohl does is bad. I like some of the songs. They just weren't like.
I don't mean his
Kurt Cobain's
music.
idea.
I mean appearances on things, and just very much launched into the mainstream world of just kind of. I guess it's the antithesis of Smells Like Teen Spirit.
But I think Dave Grohl knows that.
I think he does. I think he absolutely knows what Cobain would not like.
Kurt Cobain hated that like his music would be played at like sorority parties. So and
should
frat
Dave
parties.
Grohl spend his life?
Foo Fighters are the soundtrack for frat parties.
Should Dave Grohl spend the rest of his life trying to capitulate to Kurt Cobain's?
No, not at all.
Prickliness.
I don't agree. I didn't say I agree with it, but that's just
no.
What
I know.
would be
I'm just
happening.
asking you. I'm asking it. You could say, "Well, he wouldn't have a career if it wasn't in Nirvana." And I don't know. He seems like he was destined to latch on to something. He's a very talented guy. Very bad autograph sign. Remember we played that clip of him without that surprised the shit out of me. He's kind of weird with fans in like random encounters.
Mhm.
That surprised the shit out of me. We played the juxtaposition of Depp versus DiCaprio, and then we threw Dave Grohl in, and the stark difference of how Depp is with fans, and DiCaprio is the prickliest, spoiled brat, effing banal. What the hell is he going to say about him? I heard a story about him on one of the sets. Oh God, was it a Johnny Meyer that told him how God, I can't remember who was.
I don't know.
He was. Yeah, he said that he wouldn't look at. No, you weren't allowed to have eye contact. No interaction at all with anybody except the director. He's on that kind of level. Depp. Oh, I remember what I was going to say about DiCaprio. DiCaprio, a lot of people don't know, and it wasn't brought up, and it was deleted. It was what do they call it? Redacted from the Fairfax trial. DiCaprio is very much in Depp's crosshairs of Amber Heard trysts that had gone on.
Mhm.
He called them Pumpkinhead and Potato Head and Pumpkinhead. He referred to Channing Tatum and DiCaprio as that. And DiCaprio is at Cannes, by the way. So it's interesting. You never see I have not seen a conversation between Depp and DiCaprio in I don't know how long. The only time I can recall them being in the same hemisphere is the Golden Globes. And this had to be like a decade ago, but there was no, how they show the Golden Globes? My favorite part is when they go to a break and the interstitials, and they show the actors talking to each other, drinking while standing up at the tables, and you get to see like interactions of people you never saw work together before. So I remember seeing like Depp talking to Matt Damon. They've never worked together, and I'm like, wow, that's crazy. I've never seen the two of them in the same room or brought up in the same. And that Depp's talking to Martin Scorsese. I'd never seen that before.
Mm-hmm.
So that's my favorite thing about the Golden Globes. But those two, there's no way they're speaking. After that was the stories about him and Amber Heard were they were picked up a lot. They tried to avoid it, but it got up because it was him. It got that Channing Tatum DiCaprio thing got a lot of traction because they were such big stars, And obviously the James Franco stuff and Elon Musk, and they were using those names. And the trial was literally promoted. Wouldn't you say, Sarah, like if you had to like a trailer reel for the Fairfax trial, they almost promoted the thing on the fact that, we're going to hear from Elon Musk and James Franco and DiCaprio and Channing Tatum, and none of them testified in any way. The closest we got, no, we didn't get anything, actually.
No, Musk never even accepted his subpoena, so he was never served his subpoena, I should say. But no, of course I agree with you. But whatever it took to get viewers in to watch that verdict, that's all I care about.
Autobot says the Doors are still relevant today. I said to you that it's often imitated and can't be duplicated in a way that, I mean, there's like Doors cover bands, but nothing seems to resonate. No one can ever hit the way they hit. It's a bizarre thing that's never ever going to happen again in that way. I thanks to you and Depp narrating When You're Strange, there's so much I didn't know about that and the timeline of it all. It's kind of interesting that he basically dies when Depp moves to Miramar, and the Miami thing when he got arrested in Florida happens like the year Depp moves to Florida, which is right there. He's right next to where that is. Miramar and Miami, it's like a couple miles away.
All I have to say right now is if Jim Morrison somehow was alive today, which would never happen, but if he was alive today, Depp would have Jim Morrison, a very broke and poor, and on death's door, Jim Morrison staying in a room at Sweetser.
It's so funny.
Just so they could jam. And
That's
Jim
so
Morrison
funny.
reciting poetry while Depp plucked on a guitar. That's what would be happening.
Did I propose that during the review of that or the commentary on that? No, I said something like, would Depp be friends? Would his power of charisma win over even the prickly Jim Morrison? Would he be able?
I think they would have done peyote together and just loved each other.
That's amazing. I mean, he won over Oasis.
Oh God, who cares?
Is there anyone more pricklier than those two Gallagher? One of them is more prickly than the other one is, but
it's a fake prickly.
Oh, you think it's contrived?
Of course. We're the bad boys. We're the bad Beatles. Shut up.
You're probably right. It probably is shtick to some extent, but again, part of the shtick is not getting along with them, and he somehow won them over, right? You'd think if you had such integrity, you wouldn't want to be attached to some actor, right? It would make you look like a poser. I don't want this. It would just be. I don't need Hollywood latching onto us. So if you can win their friendship, I would think Morrison is if anyone can, it's him. If there's any true test of Depp's charisma, could he? That's a Marvel Comics what if. Could he befriend Jim Morrison, and would it work? Would they have a friendship?
The answer is absolutely yes.
Yeah, Marlon Brando, and I think they're just as difficult.
Mm-hmm.
That was the David and I idea, like Depp's prickly friends. Like how do you become friends with these people? Only he could become friends with these people. And it's the list just doesn't end. It's endless. Even there's like directors who are impossible to get along with. He gets along with. Ida Greenbacks goes, Trump had the worst form ever. That's so funny. My dad said the same thing, Ida. When he, I think he watched me watch that because he watched the Golf Network all the time. That's how I knew it was on. And he said the same thing. My dad loved to criticize people's golf swings. Barkley is the one that everybody talks about. But Trump, I remember my dad saying he had a horrible swing. Like it was too outside. And like a good golf swing, I feel, is when you're close in, when you're tight and the club comes up and you're as close to your feet as possible. When it's out too far, it looks like crap.
Yeah,
it's like too hacky.
I couldn't tell you a good form in golf or in bowling. So
you know it when you see it. I think you'd know it if you saw it. And you'd know it with bowling. Tom Hansen versus Blanche Dubois.
Devereaux.
I call it Dubois.
Yes.
Anyway, Jamie, welcome. John had a mullet.
John Densmore.
John Densmore had a mullet. I know that's so true. But
Champion mullet.
what would Morrison say about the mullet?
Jim kind of had a mullet for a bit, but it was a hot mullet, so it's fine. But they wouldn't care.
Leave it to G Canada for the Trump stakes, like contractors working for him. Yes, I heard that story. I know. I had a. Oh God, I don't go. This is too. My father's aunt. I don't know what you'd call her.
Your great aunt.
We were close. Had a She was like an old school Manhattanite, like just like when
Uppity?
things were affordable. No, things were affordable. She was the Trump's nanny for a little while and got stiffed. You stiffed a nanny. Can you believe that?
Yes, I can. That's not shocking.
I think it was just Ivanka and Donald Jr.
Mhm.
This is on the Upper East Side. She was their nanny for a little while. Really sweet woman, old Polak. I'm trying to remember where she was. Just Upper East Side, 60s somewhere, probably First Avenue. God, yeah, that's crazy. I love Aretha Franklin says Ida Greenbacks. Tina Turner, Autobot, and Aretha Franklin. Was that like a controversy or contest?
I'm sure it could have been at some
Two
point.
of them
I would always go with
competition.
Tina Turner out of those.
Of course you met Oprah, Ida, because you're in Chicago and you're a Chicago celebrity. You're a Chicago icon. You and Oprah. I mean, I love the Chicago celebrities because they really stick together and they love their city. It's not the second city to them, by the way, and nor should they feel that way on any level. Famous people dying bothered me. If I never met them, they aren't my friends. I really don't care. Aw, that's sweet, G Canada. You should
Oh, he's a sweet
crochet that
guy.
onto a pillow.
He's a very sensitive guy.
Oprah is a better person than Howard. Yes, A. Smith, easily. Not even close. And she knows that. And so does Gail, who lived in Robin's building. Tina Turner and her 2 visits to Letterman were incredible performances, says Ben4810, including the Tina Turner tuna salad make. Is that a bit they did, or is it a real?
It sounds like it, but I didn't watch it.
I bet you that's a Letterman bit. I guess that's the old Letterman show, maybe before he went to CBS. Or maybe it's a real thing. Maybe it's like the Foreman Grill. Life in a northern town. Autobot knows it. And Autobot's in Washington State, Sarah, not too far from you.
Oh, hey. I'm waving to him right now. I'm sure you can see me. Hooper's super chat I just saw you're going to get to, but it reminded me, yes, I probably should say we are 45 away from our monthly goal for the ARM fund. So please, if you can, I know it's tough right now. If you can donate via super chat, super sticker, super thanks, join us over on patreon.com/WINO forever, $2, or like the video. That's free.
Hey, Autobot, thank you, Sarah. Did I forget anybody giving a super chat of any kind? Because I'm just sort of
We had
going
A. Smith
closer.
and we had Hooper.
And we had Hooper. Okay,
Yes.
Thank you, Hoop. I'm getting him. Autobot, when we do a Benny and June commentary, would you care to sit in on that? Because it was shot in Spokane.
If you don't want to, you don't have to.
There's a local news video that I found 2 years ago that they just did a news story on them shooting the movie in Spokane and taking over the neighborhood. I think they took over a cul-de-sac or something.
Mm-hmm.
And they're like, I don't know what they're worried about. No one's bothering them. They have these huge fences. Like the locals are complaining that the movie was too closed off. Like, no one's bothering. Who gives a shit? You're building like a fence 50 feet high. No one's coming near you. No one's bothering you. It's kind of funny.
I'd be bothering them though.
I would too.
I'd look for a knot in the wood fence and just my eyeball would be up to it 24/7. It's relaxing.
I do like that soundtrack. Lauren Ray. That song is about Nick Drake, the one I was singing, "Life in a Northern Town." Is it?
I don't know. She would know.
Drake?
I don't know.
I call him Drake.
Drake.
Yeah, Lauren's got a ton of facts. That she's like a true cinephile. She makes me look like G Canada with some. I mean, she knew Ma Wen's filmography. I had no idea who she was. Man, that's her.
She's a classy broad.
She's a spitfire, that one, and her French. I guess that's for another time. But her background's bizarre. Um, I'm father South. Yeah, yeah. G Canada can go to, like, he's in driving distance, like Chicago, Detroit, Milwaukee. I think Cleveland too. He brought up at one point. I'm going through these. Canuck is still winning up here. There's Howard asked the following question: what time slot can make the most money in? And that's where he landed. Yeah, I know you're right, Rick. But I think that could have been negotiated down the road. As soon as I would have just said to him, eventually I would have said, "Look, Rush Limbaugh look, he's on at noon, and look what he's doing." That's immediately I would have done that. Not gone against him. I would have just moved to 3 in the afternoon. Who would go against him at that point? And I will say too, in New York, Mike and the Mad Dog sports show did better than Imus's show did in the morning. So that should tell you something.
Didn't sports in general do better than most talk shows?
For some reason, sports radio, I think people just like, it's like a comforting voice in the background.
It is.
It's escapism. You just you're not even tuned in. It's like a weird thing. It really gets you just out of your own life, and it's, even if you're not fully paying attention. One time sports radio was so huge. I remember just thinking, why isn't there an entertainment radio channel, like, just where you would just all 24 hours of just talking about show business, movies and TV? And I'm like, why? I would push that over and over again. And I pitched it to Sirius, had a thing where you emailed them show ideas. So I said, immediately did that, right? And I just wrote this whole thing out. What happens a couple months later? Entertainment Weekly Radio comes out, which is kind of exactly what it was. And I'm not accusing them. Let's accuse them of stealing from me. Let's just do it.
Doesn't everybody?
Could be delusional. Let's just do it. Let's just accuse them of stealing it from me. Why give them any benefit of the doubt, knowing what they get away with? Because I thought, like, there's a zillion sports, just one radio channel that just sits on entertainment the whole time, talking about movies and TV, and you can call in like you would do with sports and have strong opinions. Like, why is it just one, right? Just one. Gee, I told you it's winter, summer. Sometimes it's 90 degrees. What? She's upstate New York. Is it 90 there? What?
It's the same here. It's been, oh my God. I had put the air conditioner in yesterday. It's great. Can't wait. Our Augusts here are horrifying. Like, we can get up to 120 in August sometimes.
I don't understand your state, the weather. Aren't you almost Alaska? Like, you're north.
Oh my God, you're so
like, aren't you like as far north as you go? Why is it? How could it get that hot up there?
No, we're not in Alaska.
You're
Not
on
even
the
close.
ocean. Why is it so?
Just because we have an ocean doesn't mean we're in Alaska.
I will say this: the hottest I've ever been, and I don't know if I told this to. Was it Pellel? I think, who lives in this area. I went to my cousin's wedding, and we stopped in Danbury, Connecticut, and I guess it's inland. And it was the most humid. It was like walking through lobster bisque.
Gross.
The humidity. It was not even noon. And I'd never felt so uncomfortable in my life. I have pretty high tolerance for that. It was crazy. It was early July, and it was in the middle. For some reason, it was, actually, the only thing comparable to that, but I expected it, was New Orleans when we went to Jazz Fest.
Sticky.
Somewhere in late April, I think it was. And that was crazy. But at least we expected it. We knew that was going to happen. Thank you, Silent Melancholic. Well, great to have you live. I think I've seen you pop in the chat. Maybe one of them. Maybe I'm misreading. Maybe it was Gunk, or I'm confusing it with something. Your dog is adorable and funny. Jamie, welcome. Steve Dahl, afternoon, I believe. Yes, Ida. Yes. Steve, I don't know what his Steve Dahl's hours was, but I do feel cheated that I missed Steve Dahl entirely, and I don't know why he wasn't syndicated nationally. I'm sure there's a story behind that. So Rick thinks you like Fiona Apple, Sarah.
No, but I did record myself singing "Criminal" once.
You still have that?
No, but it was putrid, so I deleted it immediately. Because you know how you sing in the car and you're like, I sound pretty good.
Yeah, yeah.
So I
of course.
recorded it to test that theory, and yes, it was a theory.
Just give me one line.
No, I'm good.
I've been a bad, bad girl. I've been careless with a delicate man.
Well, you
Do
got
it,
the
do
words right.
it. That's a good song. She's
Thank you, by the way, Rick the Electrician, Ida, my God, thank you as always, and Rick, and Kathy, thank you as always.
do you remember when Fiona Apple called Chris Rock a burnt match on Howard's show?
No, I don't.
Yeah, it's one of the most racist things I ever heard. Chris Rock took shots at her in his monologue at the MTV VMAs, and she came on Howard's, and she's like, "Well, that burnt match was dying up there, so he had to do something. I guess call me anorexic's all he had."
Hmm.
And speaking of anorexic, Lily Rose, it's the greatest. Like, she does, her body type. I was trying to think of it. I think we got it. Fiona Apple, right? We're kind of going like, oh, who does she? All the anorexics over the years, and if anyone's built like Fiona Apple, it's Lily. She's skinnier than Kate Moss is.
I don't like what you're alleging about the princess, Depp.
Call it metabolism, call it
Yes,
Ozempic,
let's just call it
call
that.
it Adderall, call it what you will. She is sickly. She is
Oh
anemic.
my God.
And Fiona Apple in her prime is the only thing I can think of comparable to that physique. Right? Who else could?
They're thin. They're thinner than I am. Good for them.
Is that all you do is like verse you versus them? Like it
Yes.
always just goes.
I'm a woman. That's what we
You're
do.
a beautiful woman. A
Mhm.
beautiful woman.
And you're a handsome man.
I hate men. Don't even bring it up.
I
Dream
know.
Academy lead singer Ben4810 says this. Nick Lyard Klaus was a presenter at on the Tube in 82, 83, where Tina Turner made her Let's Stay Together relaunch. That's a crazy fact. Where'd you get that from? How did you know that, Ben? Please, as soon as Howie says everything. A. Smith wants you to email him.
I will.
Sarah is still waiting for her bathwater. Thank you, Hooper. Yes, you got to give him the bathwater, Sarah.
That's the $500 level on Patreon. Go join over there, Hooper. I'll give you monthly
How would
bathwater.
Hooper know if you gave him just regular water?
I know. That's what I would do.
Camilla's water. He has a pH balance. Hooper's like that is a man of the sea. Billy Joel's Easter Alexa was after it was written for him. And I think he knows his pH balance. He would actually catch if you gave him bad bath water. Deppisode. G Canada's going crazy with the hashtags. I never get sick of UK Court got it right, and I never get sick of Amber's IQ is higher than Arms. That's the best. If he goes on Depp Delusion and starts posting that hashtag, Amber's IQ is higher than Arms. After a while, one of the Depp Delusion, who is Arm? I love that hashtag, but who is Arm? He has to explain. That's so funny. We're so lucky to have the G Canadas of the world as a madman in a Hunter S. Thompson way, like in a good way. I mean that in the best possible way. G Canada says, I can't believe we're getting the story as to why Sarah isn't on Radio Gunk anymore. It's so bad. Leave us hanging. Oh wow.
I'll go in, but I have respect for you, so I will not.
Get her story on Patreon. I think I could probably guess what it is.
And
probably
you'd be correct.
It's got to be some thread bickering.
You want me to say?
No, don't worry about it. Okay. Don't worry about it. I'm sure it's like some language that's a problem. Everything is everything's legalese. I'm sure everything is. I don't know. Maybe I'm stressed. I don't know. It's obviously some thread bickering over. I don't know what the topic would be, but you are you're an OG. You've been there since, and like Autobot, Stern Fan Network.
It's all right.
Johnny, bye. Welcome. We never see him in the chat. Can I thank this guy for all that he does with his links? And if I had a request, Johnny, I was thinking this the other day because I want to announce right now because I'm going to forget. And we're biting off like too much. And I guess it's good variety if people get sick of kind of what we're doing a lot of commentary watch-alongs on Patreon. And the only reason we went to Patreon is because you can't do it properly on YouTube. I mean, like in 10 seconds, it's blocked. You remember what we went through with City of Lies?
Hmm.
That would just happen over and over again, where you would
And that
just
was a
get thrown.
private link.
That was such a pain in the ass. You know how much time I wasted setting that up
I
and
know. We'll do it. We'll do it.
researching it and stuff.
We'll do it again very soon, the proper way.
Yeah, we do. So I had David and I were going back and forth about Seinfeld, how Jason Alexander is really, you know, the Julie Louis-Dreyfus, Michael Richards, and obviously Jason Alexander, the star of the show, and Jerry is like, he's almost like he's like the least, by far, the distant fourth in popularity, but yet Larry David is the creative force of the show, but Seinfeld takes the credit. Jason Alexander, Julie Dreyfus, and Michael Richards are the best actors on the show, but Seinfeld takes the credit. He's like, all you care about is Larry David behind the camera, and all you care about is Alexander, Dreyfus, and Richards in front of the camera, but Seinfeld gets all the money. And so we were going back and forth, and I didn't even tell him yet. And maybe he'll say no to it. We're going to do a Seinfeld watch along. I mean, everybody knows that show, but I know it better than I want to admit that I know it, I think, because it's so.
Why would you announce a show when you don't have the okay from the other half?
I'm going to do it. If he can't join it every time, I'm sure we'll have takers because everybody knows that show. If David's not on it every time, I'm sure we'll have sit-in people. That's something. It's not like doing Jump Street, where you know, Southern Girl and A. Smith steps up. A. Smith's just watching it for the first time, and Bon Jovial and David, who didn't even see the show. So people just like, I don't know that stupid show from Fox in the late. With Seinfeld, it probably has 20 times, no, probably more, 100 times the view. You know, people who know every damn line of it. And I have a lot of backstory with it. I was watching Seinfeld before it was on Thursday. My sister and brother-in-law were the first people I ever met watching that. They watched it on Wednesday night against home, like when it first came on. I'm like, what is this? Like, I don't know. I kind of like it. And then they moved it, but they got me into the show. And that was like in the first season. Nobody knew what it was. It was supposed to get canceled.
Mm-hmm.
And it was on Wednesday night. And I can't believe you've never seen an episode. It's so crazy to me.
And I have no interest. I'll join you if you're desperate. I can watch it for the first time. I don't find him funny. I think he's annoying. I think the cast is annoying. I don't know. I'm just like, no. I'll find something else.
Yeah, I mean, I understand. Like, Jerry himself is so hateable and so like I said to David in the text, that show would be perfect if you replace Seinfeld with Ray Romano. Like, Ray Romano is like a likable version of Jerry, where he's relatable, he's self-deprecating, you kind of buy it. That would make that show like perfecto if you replaced Seinfeld with Ray Romano. Johnny Bye-Bye says, Sarah, you're acting like some kind of jailblazer now. That's a great reference to the old Jailblazers. Are you dead again? You die and come back more than Steve Rogers does.
Well, no, I said because I was sick for so long, I didn't know what was wrong with me, honestly. And I had no interest in doing anything. So I just changed my handle to dead. I didn't care. But I wasn't banned.
Okay. I remember seeing that. Right.
I wasn't banned.
Classless, says Zepp. Classless.
Classless.
Didn't you make Zeppelis once?
Yeah.
And took a picture of him.
I won the cooking contest against that big fat slob. Whatever his name is. I can say that now.
The Radio Gunk cooking contest. Zeppelis are so simple but so good. It's just powdered sugar and fried pizza dough.
Well, you gave me the recipe, dear. So yeah.
I don't make them that often. I don't think I don't care.
Made them. You gave me the idea. So I looked up the recipe and now I love them.
I'm sure there's a version of it where you could put like jelly in them or something, or chocolate on Zeppelis. But Zeppelis are, if you don't know, and I don't know if it's a tri-state thing, but it's really just fried. You probably get them at a carnival, right? I mean, like, that's a thing you'd get at.
Everything's fried, so probably.
A carnival. Fried dough with powdered sugar. That's all it is. But it's so effing good.
I thought about today ordering through DoorDash like 2 blizzards from Dairy Queen and putting one in the freezer, extra Oreo, and just eating that through the stream. You would hear me vomit, but I am craving sugar so badly right now. Off
I,
topic.
Sarah, who's Ida talking about here? Morrison?
When I saw him,
I think it's Jim Morrison. I don't think Ida's old enough to have seen Jim Morrison though. It's
I don't
possible. Like
know.
maybe she
I
was
think she's still
like a
here.
teenager. She could have been maybe.
Mm.
What was the last time he was in? Yeah, she's still here. She'll tell us who it is. But I just was not Johnny Meyer. Johnny Meyer loves the sacrosanct lions. Johnny, thank you for sitting in last time. You did. I tell you, I love. There's almost no name we can. Thank you for the DiCaprio story. If you could write out your experience with DiCaprio, I would love to read that today. I know it's a lot to ask, but thank you for sitting in, and you're welcome anytime. And it's amazing. There's no name in Hollywood we can't connect you to, and I'm sure you love that more than anyone else does. But if you could write your DiCaprio story experience, I would love to read that because I hate that guy more and more with each passing day. I like going after the sacred cows, as you know. And by the way, speaking of DiCaprio, I didn't bring this up to Johnny when he was on. I say this, am I the only one that knows Woody Allen is obviously the most overrated filmmaker of all time, and everybody hates Woody Allen. I mean, anyone with a conscience hates Woody Allen. In the movie Celebrity, he tried to do a modern movie, and of course, he has it in black and white. And it was Kenneth Branagh. This is he can't not play himself playing Woody Allen in the movie, and basically he played a paparazzi that goes around in the celebrity scene of Manhattan. It's got no story as usual with Woody Allen, and the dialogue is out of touch, out of date, out of everything. And DiCaprio's in the movie. So this is how he gets these names to work with him. Is crazy. People need to work with this guy. It is amazing what he gets away with. So DiCaprio, it's like interconnecting like vignettes that lead to nothing. So DiCaprio's in this movie essentially playing Depp. And they basically reenact the Kate Moss Mark Hotel thing when Depp got arrested. So DiCaprio plays Depp in this like very shitty, cartoony, badly written way. He's wearing a t-shirt, like a white t-shirt the whole time, like a white, like triple X t-shirt the whole time. And they basically reenact the Kate Moss Hotel thing. I can't believe I'm the only one that saw this. Even Lauren Marie, she must have.
Jacob in chat.
Okay, let me go down to the bottom
is
here.
agreeing.
I'll work my way back up. Jacob, Branagh was the worst Woody Allen film surrogate ever. Thank you, Jacob C. DiCaprio is the highlight of the movie. But you'll agree with me, Jacob. He played Depp in that movie, right? I mean, there's no mistaking it. I'm not delusional. I'm not sitting there thinking everything is, I have Depp colored glasses on, and I always try to. No, it's unmistakable. No doubt about it. And that is something we got to do on Patreon. Just maybe even the whole movie. Winona Ryder's in the movie, by the way. So she's kind of the star of it. If I had to kick, single out one star.
Mm-hmm.
Silent Melancholic goes, I watched Seinfeld because my older sister. I still don't get what's so good about the show. I might say
agree.
it's a little over. Silent Melancholic, do you like Curb Your Enthusiasm? Because that's what Seinfeld's really supposed to be. And Larry David's obviously the brains of Seinfeld. Do you like that? Because I don't know if you've seen Curb Your Enthusiasm. It's actually got more seasons than Seinfeld does now. And some people might say it's better. I have no problem when someone says that. I really don't. Seinfeld's the victim of it's a show about nothing. And I believe me, I thought it was the greatest thing in the world. But when I watch it, some of it doesn't hold up anymore. And I will go into that when we go over it. I will very much harp on stuff that doesn't hold up anymore. I'm not there to. It's obviously a brilliant show for a network, and it really launched that whole fucking must-see TV, right? I mean, you don't have ER and Friends. Like Friends wouldn't exist.
Cheers.
Friends is a cookie cutter, mediocre sitcom at best.
Agreed.
It drafted onto Seinfeld's popularity, and it got its own kind of rating. Like very few people would say, like, "Oh, I like Friends, but I don't like Seinfeld." But they were on in the same kind of block on Thursday night, and it was that, which obviously Cheers, you love Cheers, right? And the Cosby Show
Now, the
popular.
Cosby Show and Cheers were the first generation. That's who set up the Thursday night
Mhm.
must-see TV, and then
Yes.
Friends and Seinfeld just wedged their way in as those shows were coming to an end.
God, Lauren's seen every show. Did she saw Iggy Pop, and yeah, Iggy Pop's tough to be friends with. She's Tom Petty is Depp. Tom Petty and Depp were very, Into the Great Wide Open video. Tom Petty died, and Depp and Tom Petty had a conversation about quitting smoking like a month before, and it's amazing. I mean,
Whoops.
well, you would think like Depp would turn Dr. Kipper onto Petty, right, with his lung cleaning process.
That's a rumor. I don't know. It may not be accurate.
Bon Jovial says that he thinks I'm right about the lung cleaning
Maybe.
apparatus. He read the procedure. I forget what the thing is called. Sarah, Johnny Bobby wants to know, where will you be blowing off your cultural steam on the internet?
Well, I'm gonna be. I don't know that I'm banned, but whatever it is, it could
There's
be
no way.
temporary. But
You're
I
pretty
don't
beloved,
care.
it seems like.
This is the end of what I'm gonna say here. I'm not gonna go back and check every 24 hours. Can I post? Can I post, Daddy? No.
You have that Jim Morrison integrity, which everybody loves about you, right? You have the Cobain, Janine Garofalo, Morrison integrity. You just don't grovel. You refuse,
No.
right? Would you say you have that
I am
level of
45 years old. Do you understand how stupid that is? Daddy, can I post? No.
Just before we went on, Sarah goes, I'm going to turn 45 years old in a few months, but I read on a 48-year-old level. You don't know how proud I am. I maintained that 3 years. I'm like, that's crazy. 48 from 45. I mean, that reading test every year you take it, Sarah.
I
And
don't
they,
even know what you're referring to. I'm
you
just gonna
said,
say
remember,
yes.
you said when you were in, you said you were in middle school, you read on a high school level, and you said you've maintained those 3 years over the years, the bump up. So you're always 3 years ahead in your reading level. You get tested all the time.
I don't remember saying that here, but that's right. So I must have said it at some point. So sure.
Lauren Marie goes, I love Seinfeld, my brother too. We used to recite it constantly. Everybody knows every line of the show. The Office is getting bigger now than when it was on. I watch it so much, I kind of got burned at. Me too, Lauren, but I still like it. For me, you have to go away from it for like 5 years, 10 years, and then watch it again. Like, oh, okay. I miss my problem with Seinfeld is I wish it was actually shot in New York. The LA shooting pretending it's New York bothers me so much. Like, I think that it needed the authenticity of actually being shot in New York. I don't know why. I love the way that, because it's based on the late 70s, even though it's not. It's kind of fuses together like modern time when it was shot. So I think you need the grit of the late 70s. Julie Louis-Dreyfus is the richest cast. Yeah, I don't know what the story with her. And if anybody's interested too, before, like I do with 21 Jump Street, we do Weintraub Bites the Big One. I'm going to do a Seinfeld segment. I'll figure some way to John Voight's car or something. I don't know. Call it some clever name that's not beat to death. And we'll do some Seinfeld facts. I got a ton of Howard interviews with Seinfeld, and kind of back in the like early 90s when he was promoting the show. And Jason Alexander, who's a great interview. I mean, he's the best. And Dreyfus was on once. Do you remember that, Sarah? You still
No,
listening to the
I'd
show?
skip those
Julie Louis
when they
Dreyfus
came on.
called in to promote Watching Ellie, I think. Remember she had that sitcom on CBS?
Yeah, I do.
And she asked Howard to be a guest star on the show. And of course, he turns it down. He's like backward bragging because obviously he can't. It's all about the hair, right? It's about vanity. And she goes, she's like, I'm not going to beg you to come on the show. And he's like, all right, Julia, I got a great idea for the show. How about this? I come on the show and I just walk around and I just touch your breasts the whole time. That's what he pitched to her right on the phone. And she takes a pause and she just goes, oh, Howard, that sounds hilarious. I'm sure the networks will go for it in this great reductive Elaine Bennis kind of way. She's very beloved. Julie Louis-Dreyfus. Who doesn't like Julie Louis-Dreyfus? and she's as good as advertised. She is phenomenal. She is a force of nature, comedically, charismatically, in everything that she does. I will not say one bad word about her. I don't know that you can't. Did you know her son, Ida? Did you know this? Her son played on Northeastern College Division I basketball. Brad Hall and Julie Louis-Dreyfus' son. It made a big deal about it in the tournament. Like I don't know what the hell. I bet you it's a longer time ago than I think. I bet you that's like at least fucking 7 years ago. And time goes so fast now that I can't. I have no compass in my brain anymore. Speaking of Tina Turner, what's love got to do with it better if Depp played the role of Ike Turner instead of Lawrence Fishburne? How about Stephen Williams as Ike Turner, Sarah? I think
I
you're
was muted. Yeah, I was muted.
Stephen Williams,
That would be enjoyable.
Captain Fuller.
He's much more handsome than the real Ike Turner, though.
Yeah, but
I
he
think
would have for
Fishburne was the proper selection for that.
Lily's on Johnny's cocaine and cigarette stuff. In French, all the Depp kids, G. Canada, you'll be
That's
proud to
brunch
know.
in France.
They all smoke, all the Depp kids. Arm perpetuated the myth that Americans, terrible. I used to think I was good in geography, G. Canada. I do think I suck now.
I'm going to agree with that after that Alaska comment. That blew my socks off. I don't.
That's what he's talking about. Like I knew all the capitals and stuff, but I haven't been to as many states as I would have liked. If I have a regret, that's one. I don't believe anybody that says they don't have regrets. So there's a lot of states I haven't been to that I wish I went to, and I do think, like my nephew reminded me that Atlanta and Detroit. I think I asked if Detroit was in the Central Time Zone or something, and I didn't realize that Atlanta and Detroit are the same like latitude or longitude. If you just go straight, if you go south directly from Detroit, you actually hit Atlanta. But I thought Atlanta was way more east than that. Like you think of Detroit as being in the middle of America, but it's actually more east than you think it is. So that's the shit that I don't know. There's a lot of borders that I'm not aware of, and I didn't know Arizona was in the Mountain Time Zone until like last year. That type of stuff.
That's easy to not know.
Because they're in the Pacific Division in the NBA, I always figured they're all in the same time zone. You know, Portland, Golden State, Lakers, Clippers, Sacramento Kings. I figured they're all.
They are,
the same
yes.
time. But Phoenix is in the Pacific Division all those years, and I figured they had to be in the same time zone.
Okay.
Welcome, Kathy Scott. Welcome, Kathy, and thank you for everything you do. I think she'll be back for our. We go back into his filmography.
Next
Something
Friday.
else and a Jump Street. Arm's a little manic today. Is song 3? Do I sound manic to you, Sarah?
No, it's normal.
I got to keep the energy. I think I am more. I think this time, you do sound more sped up. I think it's the optimum. They say for athletes, this is the optimum time. Like your circadian rhythm is at its height, like right now, somewhere between like noon and 4 in the afternoon. Or we're going to see John Mayer with the Grateful Dead at the City. Jesus Christ. He's the new Bruce Hornsby Hooper, right? Bruce Hornsby was touring with the Grateful Dead for a while, and now John Mayer's jumped in his grave. Thank you again, Ida. What the heck did I have to say to Ida? I don't know. Something about sitting in on one of our watch-alongs. But would people be interested in a Seinfeld watch-along? Because I am more than happy to do it, and it would be nothing to me. It would be very, very easy lifting. And again, I want to do a segment, and I'm just trying to think of a name for the segment. Maybe we could do a contest where someone creates a name. I mean, I come up with, whatever, something like John Voight's pencil or John Voight's car or Tim Watley's dental practice, something, some reference from the show that. Did you know, Sarah, that there's an Edward Scissorhands episode in Seinfeld called
I did
The
not.
Barber?
I did not. Maybe I will join for that one.
I was supposed to make a sound drop of that for tonight, and I forgot. I was juggling too much shit.
You ready to get to that shit? Since we're an hour in, we have a lot of video.
I'm just going through to make sure I'm okay. Here we go. Johnny Meyer, thank you very much. This is DiCaprio story. This is what I'm looking for. We were about to shoot a scene. He's in we were about to shoot up a door in a scene. It was two other actors and me, and Army Hammer and DiCaprio. Army, he's talking about me, introduced himself to all of us before we did the scene. Very cordial. DiCaprio wouldn't talk to any of us. He just ignored us as we did the scene. J. Edgar is the movie, right? How horrible is that? So could you imagine being like right next to someone in an intimate thing where it's a team effort, right? I mean, this is like basketball players not talking to each other, right? It's a group effort. Like if Jimmy Butler didn't talk to his teammates, how horrible is that? He needs to be exposed for that. Johnny, you should leak all this stuff to all the various, the TMZs and radar and stuff. I really want you to run with this. And I'll say it's me because you don't want to be blackballed from the business. And I'm sure he does this all day long. I'll release it to the press. You've got to drop
Nobody's going to care until he's in a scandal. And then they'll care about what he's done in his past.
To me, that's a scandal.
Not to Hollywood. That's a normal day.
And speaking of Fiona Apple and speaking of anorexia, here is Lily Rose Depp. Now they're promoting Idol. Now everybody knows this is going to be on HBO Max, and it's a big controversy surround, and they love the controversy. But could the controversy work against it? So here is, good God. Now wait a minute here, Sarah. I'm trying to switch to another. Google account to read because Rolling Stone blocked the Chrome tab. Like if you know how Rolling Stone, if you read an article too much, they want you to subscribe to it.
Mm-hmm.
So how do you get around that? Okay, here it is. I think I have it. Tell me if you see this. Tell me if you see this.
Yes.
Okay. So it says the Idol. Okay. So we all know about Rolling Stone now has an axe to grind with Depp. And ironically, and kind of what we're going into later with Thompson, he had a famously gushing reciprocal relationship with Rolling Stone because of Hunter S. Thompson. And I say this, if Thompson were alive, would the Rolling Stone feud be going on right now with Depp? I ask you. They have been, since the Fairfax trial, they have gone after him now for years, and they won't stop. And Jan Wenner and Depp have had a falling out, which he seems to have with a lot of people. And they have not written a positive thing about him. And now they're going after Idol, which could be as horrible as they say it is. Could very
I'm
well
going
be.
to say yes, because I think by this point, if Thompson were still alive, there would have been something discovered about him that made him, cancelable, I guess.
Oh, he had a ton of that stuff.
And Rolling Stone would distance themselves and in turn witch hunting him and Depp at the same time. So I don't think that friendship would have any bearing on whether or not they'd be going after Depp.
The thing with Thompson is you can't cancel someone who's not in the mainstream. Like, what are you canceling?
Well, you can try, and they do try. So
yeah, I'm saying, but like with Thompson, he cultivated a world for himself that made him I oddly enough, Bill Murray, who played him in Where the Buffalo Roam before Depp did in 1980, got me too. I thought if anybody was above it, it was him. He got a crazy Me Too when we played the thing with him in Arsenio Hall when he's groping what's her name from the white broad from Thelma and Louise.
Gina Davis.
In the clown movie they did, and that's all coming to light. And he had this, Richard Dreyfuss was saying shit about Murray. I thought Bill Murray, if anyone was immune to that, it would be him. But oddly enough, what Thompson kind of built a world for himself where you can't really do anything to him. He's up in Aspen in a compound. He writes when he feels like it. He's not really in Hollywood, but they all want to be with him. So this is from Rolling Stone, this came out May 23rd, 2023. This is about Idol, which Lily Rose, through her Deppo babydom, stars in this, and it's supposed to be. I read some review the other day, and it's like you porn. Maybe it was here. Maybe it's in this article. Glorified you porn, and it's again, the hypocrisy of this. I guess the question is, if Amber Heard is doing stuff that's way too. How is this any better than what Amber Heard's done?
Is anybody else over the word toxic?
Yeah. The Toxic Avenger is your favorite movie. I know that for a fact.
It's toxic. Shut up.
Memo to showrunners: when in doubt, your lead character, just cut her to masturbating while choking herself. That'll do it. It's a little past halfway mark of the first episode of The Idol, HBO series about a pressure chamber of pop stardom from the minds of Abel the Weeknd, Tesfaye, and Euphoria creator Sam Levinson. We've already gotten to know a little bit about Jocelyn, the show's singer-dancer, mega-famous mono-monikered celebrity played by Lily Rose Depp. I should say to you, Sarah, there's large rumors that this is 80% based on Britney Spears.
Okay.
And what she's gone through and is going through and stuff. And in the press conference, they barely deny it. It's the weirdest press conference. She suffered a recent loss and experienced a serious nervous breakdown, but everyone assures each other that she's doing perfectly fine now. Hey, thanks for asking. The people saying that Jocelyn's PR flacks, in-house social media hacks, spin doctors, damage controllers, handlers, hanger-on types, i.e. the folks on her payroll, shouldn't faze anybody because, they really care about her. There's also a new album on the horizon, which Jocelyn isn't that psyched about, and a tour of photo shoots. Plus, someone leaked a selfie of her with semen all over her face, which has sent her team into a tizzy. Sounds very Britney Spears so far, doesn't it? Just their description.
All right.
But we have not seen Jocelyn pleasure herself yet. Oh, dear God. It's been so close to 40 minutes. When are we going to see that again? How are we supposed to know who this person really is if she's not pleasuring herself? So having come home straight from the club in the wee small hours, the young woman clutches one hand tightly over her throat and the other under her dress. The sequence only goes on for less than a minute, yet given that we've already seen her get turned on by the strange mystery man she's just met, it's enough to make you wonder why exactly we're watching her do this at all, or why the series will compel Jocelyn to briefly engage in onanism. I never even heard of that. Yet again, for the audience in another scene shortly after that. Some might suggest this is supposed to be, quote, character development. We have other words we'd like to use to describe this. Wow, this is just, it is clear. And again, this could be as bad as they say it is, but the Rolling Stone has an onus and a mandate to eviscerate all things Depp, right?
Mm-hmm.
And this is no different. A portrait of show business skeeviness, which, if the stories were to, I should say this too, it started with the Stephen Roderick article that we went over, right? That's kind of, he called it a hit piece, and they slung out when I think Jan Wenner got so pissed off that Depp called it a hit piece when this Stephen Roderick went there and reported what he saw, that was enough to just destroy their relationship. When Depp did the piece in GQ to follow up and bash Rolling Stone in that piece, and that was enough.
He said it on the stand too.
And said it on the stand.
This is a hit piece. It's Drick.
We'll do that again.
No, I did it.
Come on, do it again.
This is a hit piece. It's Drick. It wasn't good the second time. Probably not the first time either, but oh well.
Rolling Stone put out what I would call a hit piece. A portrait of showbiz skeeviness, which the stories are to believe wasn't just happening in front of the cameras. The Idol premiered its first 2 episodes at the Cannes Film Festival on Monday night and left a snail's trail of sleaze across the, how do you say this, crochet? Or is it someone like, and while it's tempting to, Richard Belzer used to do that when he said, if there's something French and you don't know how to pronounce it, you just go, and while it's tempting to say that everything you've heard about it is true, that may be soft selling how skin crawling the experience of actually watching this satire on the 7 circles of show business hell even is. The double dose of the festival screen felt nasty, brutish, much longer than it actually is, and way, way worse than you would have anticipated. You'd expect the person behind Euphoria to bring the sex, drugs, and the empty decadence in abundance. The Weeknd to interject a first-hand sense of how superstardom can warp your perspective on the world without necessarily washing away your sins. This is what music does so beautifully. Now, when you read this article, you got to read it in like sarcasm, because nothing here is going to be complimentary. It's just all done and kind of, even if it feels like a compliment or if it isn't. This is what music does so beautifully. Jocelyn's clearly a composite character. A lot of Britney, a little dash of Doja. I don't know who that is. D-O-J-A. You know who that is, Sarah? Doja? Doja? A lot of late 80s Madonna. But it's not a leap to suggest that Tess Faye is channeling some personal angst over the modern star-making meat grinder, not to mention that HBO has a history of shows that combine luxury lifestyle, wish fulfillment, I know where they're going with this, and wearying behind-the-scenes hustle of the entertainment business, from Entourage to Ballers. Sarah, you love Vanderpump Rules, right? You broads in that show.
Sadly, yes.
Can I say something really quickly about Entourage? The character Turtle in that supposedly is largely based on
Randall Emmett.
right. How did you know that?
Because I had heard that story, but I've also heard that no, that's not the case from somebody who would know. I don't remember who.
Oh, I think there's definitely something to that. The
Um,
market.
For the screen, take the chat off, so because it cuts off the article.
It does?
Yeah.
Oh, right. Sorry. Where am I? I had to thank you again. Thank you, Rick. Okay. Well, is it? What's happening with the? You don't see anything.
No, it's blank.
I wonder. Is it because I'm not scrolling correctly, or
I don't know what you're doing.
what
There
do you see
go.
now?
I see it now.
Okay. Yeah, so this guy Randall Emmett apparently is based on. Turtle is based on him, and I bet he's a producer. The sleazy, like Weinsteinian, like he. If you see his face, he looks like a mini.
He's a scuzzball.
Yeah, like immediately you go, yeah, that's a Me Too waiting to happen. There's
Mhm.
no way this is gonna end well. He looks like every effing sleazy Weinstein wannabe doppelganger embryo producer. Shit movie after shit movie on his. I looked at his IMDb. It's just one piece of crap after the next. All of that isn't. It's casting couch, palooza. All of that's in there. Idol wraps up everything in a contradictory morality tale that suggests the music industry views young female stars the way that wolves view red-hooded gamines in fairy tales, letting you revel in the same predatory, heavy-breathing voyeurism. It's very much a have your cake and bark dirty talk as you blindfold and F it too situation. The person whispering vulgar nothings in Jocelyn's ear and micromanaging her porn star poses as a foreplay is a guy named Tedros. And that's the Weeknd. By the way, just is there any like a guy like Johnny Meyer, right? Like a working actor who's just grinding and grinding with no anything, with no advantages and no. Is there anything worse to a Johnny Meyer than Lily Rose and her Nepo babydom and her Depo babydom, and then a singer, a pop star getting these roles? Like, is there anything worse to a grinding working actor than these two together in this? It's every role they can't, like they're just right to the front of the line. You've been grinding it out for years and years and years. And let's just throw. I remember Samuel Jackson. I loved what he said one time. He's like, I'm this. He's like, I was this grinded out stage actor, had my own theater club. I did everything you could possibly do. And he's like, I got to watch these rappers get all my roles. He's like, I got to watch 50 Cent and his horrible acting, get all these roles. And he was coming out on all that the trend of all rap.
You there?
Yeah.
Oh, you cut out.
I have a mute button on this headset. If you graze it with your inner thigh, it mutes.
Why would you be doing that?
Just breathe on it, it mutes.
Are you a contortionist?
Yes.
Send
I'm
pictures.
double jointed with my mute button.
Send pictures.
The club owner and would-be major player spots her on the dance floor, gives her a shout-out, starts grinding up against her, and quickly moves a two-person party to the back stairwell. We've seen this 1,000 times. Later, the stranger shows up at her mansion in a cape-like trench coat, filmed backlit in her driveway like Dracula out for the late evening's bite. We should note that the single most subtle moment in the 2 episodes they screened is this. Jocelyn him plays him her new hit about being a freak in the sheets. Tedros doesn't buy it. She needs to sing it like she means it now. Like, lucky for her, the self-appointed Svengali is going to help her get there, one kink at a time. All the cliches you could read in that one paragraph. We've seen this a zillion times. What follows are a couple of sex scenes, or maybe they're graphic sex-adjacent scenes that act like they're boundary-pushing and transgressive and play like softcore porn on Skinamax. Right. I mean, sometimes you see this and you just go, what makes this any better than a porn movie or something like Shannon Tweed would be doing in 1996 on Skinamax? I mean, that's my first thought. I was like, what makes this better? Because it's on HBO Max, because of the profile, the people. Outtakes with dialogue updated for 2023. It's hard to say whether we're supposed to take these seriously or titillated by them, but the Idol has already anticipated any criticism its erotica by numbers might get and addressed it at the outset. Before Tedros enters the picture, we get to hang out with Jocelyn at a photo shoot and meet her elite commando unit of team, including Manic Dan Levy, a curiously accented Hank Azaria, who I'm sure is overacting again, hamming it up, and he always does. Shiva's baby, Rachel Sennett, and the always great Divine Joy Randolph, who turns every reaction shot punchline into a verbal haymaker. Jocelyn's creative director is hemming and hawing about the fact that her client is being sexualized and exploited. She just had an incident of mental instability and she's wearing a medical bracelet now while pouting at the camera. Then Jocelyn's manager begins bitching about the college-educated internet types who think they call the shots now. People don't want commentary. They want 24/7 reality TV, Insta-friendly meta pornography. Stop trying to cock block America, she screams. It's hilarious. It's a hilarious line to the Idol's credit, I have to say. The show doesn't bury the lead. Levinson and The Weeknd want the show to be a horny, thirsty, controversial look in an industry that views slobbering over nubile bodies before chewing them up and spitting out their souls as successful business model. They also want to give a hearty middle finger to anyone who suggests the show is simply salacious, even as it goes from maximum sensationalism. And don't get me started on the intimacy coordinators when one complains about Jocelyn's breasts showing during a photo shoot. Never mind that she revealed them herself just before that. We're going to have to rewrite the nudity rider. This cuck bait of a character is locked in a bathroom. There's a feeling that a personal grudge is being aired out in public. And then you remember that Levinson was the guy who used the part of a movie to troll a film critic who had issues with his previous film. Pettiness is part of his brand. Where the Idol goes after 2 episodes and previewed at the prestigious film festival is anyone's guess, though our money would probably be on further downward and fast. The end of the 2nd episode brings Tedros and his personal entourage even further into Jocelyn's immediate orbit and suggests that the real puppet master style manipulation is right around the corner. Except we've already seen enough to clock that series has fallen into a series of traps. It is mistaken misery for profundity. I love that word. Stock perversity and envelope pushing crude caricatures for sharp satire, toxicity for complexity, nipple shots for screen presence. During the press conference at the screening, Levinson addressed the recent Rolling Stone piece, saying the magazine could write whatever it wants to, and that when his wife read him the article, he said, I think we're about to have the biggest show of the summer. My only gripe is that they intentionally omitted anything that didn't fit their narrative, but there's a lot of that lately, isn't there? I'll stop there. Is it the end of it? I'll need to read. I'm going to stop. I have the last article, last paragraph. It was Tesfaye, however, who gave the most revealing and honest answer of that day. Asked at the jump about why he wanted to make this, he talked about movies he and Sam loved and the desire to make a, quote, dark and twisted fairy tale in the music industry that takes a hard look at the agony and the absurdity of the business we call show. Mostly, however, he wanted to make a show among other things, to, quote, piss people off. You don't need to be a college educated internet type to recognize that, do you? At the very least, the Idol succeeded in doing at least one thing right. Rolling Stone, you got him. So what do we think about this, Sarah? You want to go to the press conference?
Sure. How long is it?
I whittled it down. I just tried to put the Lily Rose parts in.
Okay, bless you.
It's the whole thing is like an NBA game. It's like 48 minutes,
God.
which is typical, you know.
Ugh.
25th and Loathing. This is the press conference Lily Rose did. Somehow she and her father don't cross paths at the Cannes Film Festival, and both these things. By the way, why doesn't Depp ever go to Sundance? That's always bothered me. Why is he never at the Sundance film? Why is it always? Is he just think he's more beloved in France? Why does he
Probably.
never go to Sundance?
He doesn't have to pay for an Airbnb in France.
Good answer, Sarah. Good answer.
Sam Levinson et toute l'équipe de The Idol. At the very end of the table, we have Monsieur Hank Azaria.
Bonjour. Kathy Scott.
Next to him, Divine Joy Randolph.
So as you can imagine, this is the cast of Idol.
Monsieur Abel Tesfaye, aka The Weeknd. Next to me, Jane Addams.
Thank you, Tone Todd. I agree. I didn't appreciate them at the time.
Lily Rose Depp.
I love Ruska.
And Monsieur le réalisateur, Sam Levinson.
Sarah, Rick says you live in the high desert. Is that what they call it?
We have a high desert in Oregon, but I do not live there. Feels like it, but I do not.
Yeah, I'd never heard that before. That's pretty good.
All right, guys. Wait.
Johnny, bye-bye. I can't let this line go. Lily Rose is on a strict, I'll say, box diet now. She has a girlfriend. I know. Well, the girlfriend thing we got to go into. She is. Her and Amber Heard have so many similarities, right? Sexuality-wise. Remember, she called herself sexually fluid. Lily Rose did. That was like a big story. This is like God, at least 5 years ago.
They all do.
And Io Till It Right. I know this generation now. It is just so cool to be confused about your sexuality and kind of go back and forth as you need. It's so bizarre. It's exactly what Amber Heard does, though, is it? How different is that, really?
We're gonna start talking about the show in a second, and I will open the floor to questions. But I want to.
And it meant the world to us. So, thank you. You know.
Thank you, Sam. Thank you, Sam. I like that.
This director and show creator, you got to hear this speech cadence, Sarah. Just this it's a combination of being like terrified to give an answer, and then he's got that typical director speak where they must take training when they do this. Like, I don't know, media training. They give this like intellectual spin back to overanalyze the biggest wreck you've ever seen. Just picture if the directors of Night Eyes 3 with Shannon Tweed and Andrew Stevens had to do this, and they're trying to give like intellectual spin what that is. Just listen to this guy. It is so I laugh so hard at these directors trying to overanalyze their dreck.
Lily Rose.
I second that. This project and these people mean everything to me, and we really have become like a family. And so to be here all together celebrating something that means so much to all of us was like just couldn't have been more special. So thank you for your merveilleux accueil.
Abel?
Yeah, I mean, get to be surrounded with the people.
Okay, before we go on with this, Sarah, what do you think mandate was given to the media about asking Johnny Depp questions?
I don't know.
That's all I get is an I don't know.
I don't know.
You don't think they were read the riot act before they went out there and says
They asked him the questions.
No, with her, there's no way. They said to them, if you ask one Johnny Depp Lily Rose relationship question, you're bounced out of here. There's no way they weren't on, because they didn't get one off in this whole thing. I scanned through the whole thing, and the closest you get, and they ran with this. You'll see coming up later. She basically talks about the Rolling Stone and the thing getting criticized, but they've spun that into that she's somehow talking about her dad in a double entendre thing, which is just they're so reaching for anything. But there's not a shot in hell the media wasn't read the riot act before they came out here. You were not to ask one. If you ask anything with Johnny in it, even Johnny Meyer, you're going to be bounced out of here. Guaranteed.
That I love. We've been working on this for so long, and, you know.
It was very moving. Sam, they all know. Creatively, I was very emotional shooting this. My mom passed away while it happened. They were kind enough to let me out for a week. And then that energy got channeled into this work, and it was one of the most extraordinary experiences I ever had shooting. And we all feel that way about each other, and I think that was part of what was informing those tears last night.
Hank Azaria has an interesting career. I don't know quite how to... he's mostly known for The Simpsons, I would say. He does a couple voices on there, and it's been going on for years and years. He's acted in a lot of things. He never really hits with anything where you could call him a movie star or a TV star. He just he's like a grinding character actor, but he wants to be bigger, you feel like. And he just can't quite turn the corner in what... I'm sure he would say, I don't want to be a leading man. I'm very happy with what I'm doing. But he's had obviously most people would take his career, but he's hard to label as anything. And I don't mean that I mean that in a status way in Hollywood, in an A-list, B-list kind of way. I can't quite track him, and I'm sure I'm not alone in that. Jacob C. writes, I don't know enough about Depp to know if what DiCaprio was playing, DiCaprio had played. Yeah, that's the beauty of this show, Jacob C. I think everything's about Depp, and I'm 100% sure of it. I confirmed it with my cousin when we watched two gay cousins watching Celebrity together. It's kind of interesting. The name of that movie is Celebrity, and the name of this is Idol, and it's exactly the same kind of thing they're going for. We're gonna satirize or portray how hard it is to be a celebrity, right? It is exactly what they're going for here. It's kind of weird, but there's no mistaking that, Jacob C. If you follow the Depp, Kate Moss, Mark Hotel thing and then watch it again, there's just no mistaking it. I'm not overstepping, and I'm not delusional. I know I'm right.
Yeah.
Et la vérité, quand on est célèbre.
Je réponds en français ou en anglais?
French.
Je peux pas faire les deux, sinon on va y être toute la journée. I think that it's just about the people that you surround yourself with, and that's something that, that we see my character actively dealing with in the show, is struggling with the people that she's keeping around her and wondering if they're telling her the truth, if they have her, best intentions at heart, and wondering what they...
Now, listening to her give this this very cliche character description of it, she could easily be talking about Depp here, right? I mean, this is sort of the basis, or a lot of the issue in the trial is having hangers-on of yes men who can't tell you what you don't want to hear. I mean, that was even like fully addressed. He's not talking about her dad here, believe it or not. It's not an innuendo. It's not a double entendre. It's not. This is what we've heard. How hard it is to be a celebrity and pop star, and well, who forced you to do it, right? Go be a marine biologist like every other broad I ever met in the 90s. Like there was every girl I met in the 90s in the college. I'm going to be a marine biologist. Like everyone's just going to work at SeaWorld all the time.
Mm-hmm.
There's like 3 marine biology jobs for 3,000 women that seem to major in that. But this is it's very eerie how much is similar what we said about Depp during Fairfax.
Really want for her and what they want for themselves out of it, and kind of we see her struggling with that kind of dynamic, and I think that that's something that happens in life as well, and it's all about surrounding yourself with good people. That's why I'm very happy to be here, surrounded by all these wonderful people.
Sam, Abel, you guys work together on the genesis, the story itself, and from the beginning. Why? I mean, what's the starting point? How did you? Where's the click? Where's the start?
His what's the character you're actually playing, Lily?
In Nosferatu.
Yeah.
The girl.
The girl.
I don't know if I'm allowed to say the character.
Okay.
G Canada brings up Tom Petty here, Sarah. We were gonna do. I mean, obviously the next Deppy Awards, but I mean, he has had an insane amount of mentors and people he worships pass away in the last 10 years. It is incalculable how many there are, from Tom Petty to Brando to Thompson. Thompson was a little before that, but it's endless. Jeff Beck. Virtually every month, there's a new Depp mentor that passes away, and I think those spirits and that starts to take its toll on your psyche. Death starts to pile up, and really, he's going to turn 60 in a few weeks, June 9th, and I think he really probably dwells on that in the depths in the 4:30 in the morning when he's watching Don Rickles roast videos. Wouldn't you? Wouldn't you? I mean, that
Of
starts to
course.
kind of, not that these guys aren't of age to pass away. It's just that he has befriended them to a point that he thinks they're immortal or ageless. They'll never pass away. And I think it's wreaked havoc on his own mortality. But it's amazing how
It doesn't matter how old, like you said, it doesn't matter how old they are. If they're pillars in your life and they start to crumble, it's like, oh God, what am I going to stand on here?
the Thompson, I actually recorded this last night. The Thompson Suicide letter is very depressing. It's very brief and pithy, but it's very depressing when you read it. He died at 67 in 2005.
Not to give out any scoop, but he's like luring her, and then I just
character is always in kind of a very very thin line. How do you manage to get this balance? How do you manage to find a way to tell a character that is as much in our imagination as it is in real life?
I mean, I think something that's interesting about pop stars or just celebrities in general, people that are very watched.
Now,
nothing.
Get ready. We're supposed to feel sorry for pop stars and
I'll
celebrities.
answer it for her. Nothing.
Okay, listen to this answer. And by the way, we're supposed to relate to them. And I just want to ask you a question. I know you know the answer to. Who is she very close to that's a pop star that she can't think of right here?
I don't know.
And looked at all the time, and that we imagine that we know. We imagine that we know, way more about them than we actually do. I think that's something that was really interesting about exploring a character of that kind was thinking about what is going on inside her head, what's going on inside the psyche of somebody who is so watched but not really seen.
Jamie's talking about Julie Louis-Dreyfus here. Is G. Canada, she grew up rich. This Dreyfus fortune, she kind of downplays it and denies, but obviously there's something going on. So it's like striking lightning twice. In her case, maybe a few times. She's in Veep, and it's not like she's unsuccessful after Seinfeld, but like you talk about striking lightning twice. Like you're born rich, and then you get on that show. She also was on Saturday Night Live at like 21. Which is bizarre for a female to be at a time when there weren't a lot of successful females doing that. I think she's only on for one season.
And what does her time look like when she's alone? And what does it look like when she unravels? And when she does that privately or publicly, like what is the effect of that kind of lifestyle, of that kind of feeling of being surrounded constantly, even if you're in your private spaces. And so yeah, I think that's something that was interesting about the character, was diving into the idea of what is underneath the surface that we grow so attached to and imagine that we know everything just from that surface. What's lying underneath, because there's so much that's lying underneath for everybody.
Okay, Sarah, who in her life is a pop star that she needs to research?
Well,
she doesn't have any idea what it's like. This is whole foreign to her. You think maybe she want to look in her own backyard, literally?
Well, Jewel gave me the answer in chat. Her mother.
That's right. Thank you, Jewel. You down there?
You worded it as who's her friend? Who's I don't know who
I didn't
her
say
friend
friend. I
is.
said who in her life is she's not. It's so ridiculous. Not only does she not say it, but the media doesn't push back and go, "Isn't your mom the French Madonna? You live with one. What do you mean? Yeah, I had to research this. What are you talking about?" And then her dad's, obviously Depp himself is virtually bigger than any pop star, but there's no research. You live with one. Her mom was literally, and I don't, G Canada, like Gina Bobina, and anyone from Canada know that. I guess Vanessa Paradis was very big in Canada. Like, really, like that's just because there's a French, thing. There's a huge French side to Canada. You know how well I know geography. How Montreal and Quebec and Toronto. There's a huge. So she was, before in the 90s, she was about as big a pop star as it got, I think, in France and other countries. So I don't understand how no one pushes back. This thing's an hour and nobody goes, "Isn't your mom a pop star?"
Okay, we got a question right there.
And she doesn't know that.
From a question is for Sam Levinson and Lily Rose Depp. Sam, your treatment of female sexuality, I've seen it described as both revolutionary and taking things too far. I want to know.
Sinead O'Connor in the press conference, right, Sarah? That sounds like an angry Sinead O'Connor with it in the media.
How you decided where to draw the line, how you worked together on the scenes, and Lily, how you felt about it.
Well, I mean, it's funny.
Before I do, Kathy Scott, that is so ambitious of you. She listened to Dustin Gwynn and Stephen Williams interviews that we had. That's so funny because I was just going into trying to contact Stephen Williams. You remember the ones we played on about them talking about? I think they're so underrated, those interviews. Thank you, Kathy. Thank you, Kathy. It's so ambitious of you.
I think that sometimes things that might be revolutionary are taken too far. I think.
I just want to punch him in the face.
Look, I think it's we live in a very sexualized world. Particularly, I mean, I can't speak to other countries because I'm not as familiar, but especially in the States, and I think the influence of pornography is really strong in terms of the psyche of, I think, young people in the States, and we see this.
Now you got to remember, this isn't pornography what we're watching because it's HBO Max, right? The channel that did Real Sex Pie 3114, because he's doing it. It's not pornography. We're not supposed to take it as such. We've never seen pop stars parodied before or portrayed. Johnny Bobby writes, "What do you expect Rolling Stone to print? Depp is blasting Marilyn Manson drunk off his ass at 6 a.m." I mean, I like the feud, Johnny. I think it's good controversy, but it's so bizarre. If Hunter S. Thompson was still alive and he had the bat phone to Jan Wenner, I don't think this would happen. I think that Thompson would have. I think he had some weird power over that whole entity. I say magazine. I'm not sure it even is a magazine anymore, but it's not what it. I mean, I agree. It's certainly not what it was. No magazine is, right? I mean, what magazine is what it was? There are no magazines. Pablo Papano, welcome, sir. No one is immune to the wacky religious commie media arm. Thompson was very well known in his time. Yeah, and he had, like, Thompson had people this is the stuff you don't know about him, and I guess I'll go into it later, would make pilgrimages to Aspen, Woody Creek, Colorado, Sarah, to go to his house. Like, somehow this isn't stalking if Jack Nicholson does it or Sean Penn does it, but if I do it, it's stalking. Like, they would go to Woody Creek and knock on his door, and he'd let them in, and they would come to him. It was counterculture, it was like he doesn't need Hollywood, but they need him. And he had this weird power over these people like Matt Dillon and John Cusack, and of course Depp became the most storied one that we know of. but Thompson had this weird hold over, and they're all trying to make his books into the book that should have been a movie, and maybe it still can. If I'm managing Depp's career, I'm doing Hell's Angels tomorrow, and I have him play Thompson again, and that is when Thompson went undercover to write an article, and then it became a book. Literally, I mean, it's undercover. There's Brasco in it. There's Hell's Angels. There's Thompson. It's everything. At the end of the 21 Jump Street movie, isn't it Depp essentially playing a Hell's Angels type at the end? Isn't this perfect to do the Thompson? That should be the movie, Hell's Angels, not Rum Diary. And we have Thompson to thank for Amber Heard, don't we? Don't we? There's no Amber Heard. There's none of this shit. There's none of this stuff ever takes off. Any of these grifters trying to latch. If Depp's idolatry of Thompson isn't so strong and he needs to make the Rum Diary, which is a very banal, mediocre story, and as Thompson goes, did not need to be made into a movie.
In pop music, and how it sort of reflects, how it's how
he knows this is crap. He can't articulate. I mean, these directors stammer unnecessarily anyway when you hear them to try to sound like tortured and intellectual. But this is especially bad. He can't compliment his own thing. Thank you, Tone God. Bill Murray was in Tootsie with a young Gina Davis. They probably had a relationship. I didn't know that. I mean, I didn't know they had a relationship before that, but that's a great connection. Brendan says Murray and Dreyfuss hated each other. Richard Dreyfuss, yeah, that's absolutely true. Richard Dreyfuss goes on. Murray verbally emasculated him on the set of What About Bob and all of his movies in the rewatchables. Yeah, Bill Simmons loves this. And Bill Simmons is the worst taste in movies, by the way. He loves like Roadhouse and stuff. So him giving the props to this is I knew you were going to say that. That's why I said it. He said Bill Simmons is a simpleton, for lack of a better. Now that's a guy who tried to forge a Thompson career, but he is a glorified simpleton when it comes to everything. Sports,
I
pop
enjoy
culture, he
his
is a
rewatchables.
simpleton.
Everybody
That's
go
okay.
listen
No,
to the 3-part series on The Godfather. It's great.
I'm not saying you can't like him. I'm not saying, but he is his taste in everything. He is a simpleton. He is a predictable simpleton and a chowderhead that goes the way of New England in every way.
What reflects the kind of the underbelly of the internet in some ways. I think that with with this show and working with Lily, we had a lot of discussions about
his speech cadence sounds somewhere between Matthew Broderick and Jon Favreau. The way it's coming out. Johnny Bye-Bye writes, all I need to know now is Lily Rose to be caught in Spain making out with Amber Heard to pump up the... Could you imagine that if that ever got caught? That would be so funny. Oh my God. Could you imagine the world would... You ever the cliche, the internet exploded? The internet would explode. Could you imagine those two getting... Even if you had some clever Photoshop that ran wild, that would be insane.
Who she is as a...
Thank you, Johnny Meyer.
As a
Love
person, who Jocelyn is as a person, and what she's feeling,
Drac, right?
what she's
great word.
angling, who she's playing to, and and I think that's the and I think and from that point the sort of the sexuality comes out of that character, because it's there's
I know no one watches Saturday Night Live anymore, but one of the greatest things they've done in modern day, I mean, like in the last 10 years, who's the guy who did, he did a character based on Mark Maron, and his name is Nicholas Fane, and he played an alternative comedian. And you ever see an alternative comedian, Sarah, where they don't really do jokes, they just go up and do kind of somewhat humor. Henry Rollins did stand up like this, where you kind of do these somewhat humorous, vaguely humorous rants where there's a lot of stammering and over analyzing. This is what he sounds like. Fred Armisen, speaking of Arm, Fred Armisen did this character that is I think somebody actually It's on either Daily Motion or YouTube. Its name is Nicholas Fain, and he does an alternative comedian impression. It sounds just like this guy, the stammering. I can't get enough of this.
Two things that happen with
It's sort of
when you have a
can't-
character that has such a strong sense of self and such a strong sexual sense is you end up with you simultaneously end up kind of underestimating her.
Yes, we underestimate her.
Because you're not, you're not quite sure.
Right.
Well, why is she doing this? Why is she wearing this? Why is she singing about this?
Right.
And at the same time, it's also what allures people. It's what attracts an audience. It's what attracts an imagination. And I think that I think it's very true to what almost every pop star is doing these days.
Yes, we all can relate.
Yeah, I second that. And I also think that something about Jocelyn is just that she's a born and bred performer, and I think that
Is there anything more, I don't know, obnoxious or funny or pretentious than actors talking about their character when they say the name of the character? I still laugh at that. I still get annoyed by it. Jocelyn's like, she understands kind of like what's going on around her, and she's like, Jocelyn.
extends to every aspect of her life, not just her professional life. I think that the way that she dresses, for example, is her trying to tell you something all the time, or say something to the people that she's around, or express herself in some kind of
Ida, it's so crazy you said. I'm in the middle of watching Richard Dreyfuss on Bill Maher's YouTube show, and Sarah recommended it to me. And I think Sarah's motivation was that she thinks Dreyfuss looks and sounds really weird and old in it. I feel like that was your motivation. Are you there, Sarah? Are you with
I'm
us?
here.
Okay. Would you say that was your motivation?
No, I said watch it. Well, yeah, kind of. I said watch it because it's depressing.
Yeah, and it's depressing because you think he looks old and sounds weird.
Well, that's probably part of it, yes. He's always looked old, though.
And so far, I'm about 20-something minutes in, and it is fascinating, Ida. Bill Maher keeps circling back, and I'm not anything with marijuana. I'm kind of asexual with marijuana. I don't care. It doesn't really work for me. I don't want it in my lungs. I've tried it a few times. It did zero to me. It just doesn't work for me. I prefer booze and heroin and MDMA. And so Bill Maher during this interview show is often very, very high on, and he forgets basic names and mispronounces things. And it's not done as for comedic effect. It's like just bad form. And it's not a good promotion for marijuana because he's very sloppy during these interviews. And it can be very good, but he's so off sometimes. And Dreyfuss is in there, and Mark keeps circling back to Richard Dreyfuss having incest with his sister. That's the constant ongoing joke, because Bill Maher almost annoyingly is talking about who he masturbated to in the old days when he was younger. And he keeps bringing this up to Dreyfuss, and somehow they have this back and forth with incest and Richard Dreyfuss's sister. But it's Dreyfuss goes into Bill Cosby, as Bill Maher would say, Bill Cosby. And it's really good old Hollywood repartee for the most part, but Bill Maher's very sloppy in it with he's just ridiculous Chiba. He insists on smoking during this, but I love the ice distribution on that show.
way. And I also think that the occasional bareness of the character physically mirrors the bareness that we get to see emotionally in her. And that was something that I felt was really important to the character. And when it comes to all of that stuff, I've never felt more involved in those kinds of conversations. And I've never felt, across the board, whether it was with Sam and Abel and Ashley and our whole team.
Could you imagine having an intellectual think tank discussion about this show? Sitting in a room and overanalyzing this. Lauren Marie says it best here.
What we're doing now.
Yeah, we're doing something different. I don't like the stuff with gratuitous bad language or sex. It's not clever or smart. Agreed. Shows are going to be dumbed down, gimmicky shock value. But I like Sex in the City because if only for the friendships and fashion. Yeah, I mean, Sex in the City, if you give it one thing, it didn't do gratuitous nudity, right? The main star in a show called Sex in the City is never actually nude, and it's on a premium cable channel. Sarah Jessica Parker, and Mr. Skin will verify this, is never nude in her own show called Sex in the City. I mean, you see these, she is like a ninja, a samurai with the moves she does where the covers fly over her. And if she's ever in like a sex scene, she is deft with taking the sheets and rolling around and covering up so you never actually see anything. And it's always, she's so deft at that, maybe in the history of TV. But Lauren is right. I mean, if that show if it had a quality, it did not do gratuitous anything.
Team or our amazing costume designer or hair and makeup and everything. I felt like I was really
Marine biologist,
given the privilege of being
yes.
really involved in the creation of this character
Broad's
and
love,
the ins and outs of how she expresses herself from the inside out and also the outside in.
Welcome, Babe Lewis.
Yeah, I think it says a lot about the character. That's important.
We got a question over there.
Hi, Matt Donnelly from Variety. Congratulations, everybody.
Matt Donnelly. Sounds like a fake name. Her mother's thank you, welcome, Jewel Jean. It almost sounds like Eugene, but welcome, Jewel Jean. I don't know if I've seen you in the chat before. I feel like I haven't. And welcome, Babe Lewis.
I think one of the most haunting things about the show is the accuracy of the sort of industry machine around Jocelyn. Managers.
Well, there's our friend D, Sarah. Says, Arm, you make me hard. That makes two of us, D. That makes two of us.
Publicists, the corporate interests that exploit her. And there's actually direct reference in the show to Britney Spears. So I'm just curious for Lily and Sam, how much of Jocelyn might be pulled from that actual real story? And as the show continues to air, are you concerned about that fandom coming for you, as they might say?
Good question by the fake name Donnelly. So you heard the question, Sarah. She brings up the Britney Spears thing about that this thing is getting compared to it. I didn't realize this, I guess, until, Britney Spears has a ton of crazy fans, right, online that are nuts. Like, fanatically, psychotically defend her, very much like the Deptford wives, but they probably are more like historically fans of hers than these broads are. Like they actually are fans of hers, not these fake fans that latched on during the Fairfax trial. That is a real thing, right, Sarah? These Britney Spears fans that go crazy.
Yeah, of course. Mm-hmm.
That's a great question by this guy, and that is a real thing. And that is definitely, if you're into internet kind of spats and salacious vapidity on the internet, this is something to look for. This should be interesting. And I wonder if Britney Spears has like some kind of, I'm sure she has a zillion of them, Reddit subreddits and stuff. And if there's threads on this, that would be an interesting read, G Canada.
Well, I mean, I think you'd look. I was.
There we go again.
I was like a kid of the '90s, and she's one of the greatest pop stars of all time. I remember that Rolling Stone cover, and just how much it was talked about.
Which dude, he goes, I remember that Rolling Stone cover, and he simulates jerking him off. He just goes, when you say you remember it as a middle schooler, this is what we think and nothing else. This guy is 38, I should say, by the way. I didn't know. I haven't watched Euphoria, so I heard it's pretty good. All that stuff on Succession, and I still haven't seen either one of them. Kathy Scott says, this is for you, Sarah. I don't see Johnny really going back to acting. I don't see it. Maybe an appearance here and there. What do you think about that?
He has enough money. He can pretty much do whatever he wants. So
I don't
you're
consider
probably right.
I don't consider John DuBarry acting. So let's not count that. He has nothing firmly lined up as we speak. There really is nothing we've heard one tedious Disney, Bruckheimer, Disney. I don't want him to go back to Pirates. Let's just get this Pirates. He's not going back to Disney. You saw the transcript. It ain't happening. Stop bringing Disney up. Stop it. He's not going. There's not going to be a Pirate 6. He's not going to be in it. Stop bringing it up. Stop, you clickbait mother effers. He ain't going back to Disney. That was very clear in the UK transcripts. As of now, he has nothing lined up. If he's definitely gonna do another. He's definitely gonna do more movies. He's been floating this threat, Kathy, since the 90s. I could just walk away from the industry at all, and never does. Something will come along. If it's me that has to pick the script, that is just undeniably, and again, why start a production company? I can't say this enough. I'm going to really beat this to death. Why start a production company, Infinitium Nihil, if you can't make your own movies that you believe in and call the shots on and star in? Why start the production company? What is the point of it then? Why do you need Disney or Warner Brothers or any other production company? If you have your own production company, if you want to go back to the Maverick spirit of the 90s, what did Mel Gibson do? Who's more hated than Mel Gibson in Hollywood circles for the most part? He's not, I'd say he's more hated than anything else. He's polarizing to some degree, but I'd say he's more, if he can pull it off, how could Depp not pull it off? He's obviously got a great scribe, creative brain. You have your own production company. What is stopping you from making your own movie? That's my question in the press conference, among many. Let's ask everybody in his orbit this question. Let's ask Josh Richmond this, what he thinks about this. Let's ask Lori Allison this, Kathy Scott. Let's write Lori Allison and go, what is stopping Johnny, because she's in contact with him, from making his own films with his production company? Why start a production company if you can't beat the Hollywood system? Somebody please enlighten me. I don't know what his money situation is, by the way. That is always a weird thing. The $650 million, where he's at. Here's what I would do. I would do a Dior commercial. And I would tell everybody, I'm only doing this so I can pay for my own movie, to fund my own movie. It's crap. I don't wear cologne. It's too expensive. I've never wore cologne before. This is no artistic value at all. I bashed 21 Jump Street, yet this is the worst thing I've ever done. I'm trying to be Jim Morrison, as we pointed out during the thing during this, and combined with Fear and Loathing in Las Vegas. I'm only doing this to fund my own movies. That would be an acceptable answer to me for selling out, but nothing else.
About just, when I was in, I think middle school or, I believe I was in middle school at the time. And, look, this is, we're not trying to tell, a story about any particular pop star. I think we're looking more at how the world perceives
That's good, Johnny.
pop star and the pressure that it puts on that individual. And I think that's what
Bill Maher wants to be cool so bad. You're right.
It's a lot of pressure to constantly have to be on and to have to be what everyone wishes you to be. And I think that
I'll say it again. My question is, he wants us to feel sorry for our celebrities and pop stars. This is what he's saying there in not so many words. So my question is, then don't be one. Then, like I said, major in marine biology, and as I think it was Ida said, veterinarian school. Then don't be a pop. Who's forcing you to be a cop? Who's forcing you to be a pop star? Who's forcing you to do this? And there's nothing to be learned here. There's nothing to relate to. There's nothing to grab onto for a commoner like us. But yet they have to sell it.
it's I also think that it's a lonely life.
Yes, Johnny Bye Bye.
And
very cookie cutter.
And we can all pretend that that everyone is looking out for someone's best interests.
He likes the brown sugar, but
I think fame really corrupts.
He ain't messing with
And I think it's
Crazy Rob.
very easy to surround yourself with myth makers who just continue to prop up, all of these, they continue to, tell you, no, that was great. No, things are wonderful. Don't worry. Don't pay attention to that.
Mm-hmm.
And there's something that can become very, very scary about that.
Who doesn't have yes men? That's what you have on your set, Levinson. You don't think people telling him every shot is great? Do you think he has any pushback at all? What's so scary about it? They all know, they're all well aware of crap when they do. I mean, there's nothing to learn. There's no lesson to be learned. There's nothing to relate to. Ida says, yeah, Bill Maher's falling off the chair as he gets higher and higher. Yes, so he sits in a chair, Sarah, and as the show goes on, he kind of gets further and he falls off the edge the more high he gets. And that's the more lucid he is, the better it is. The less marijuana he smokes, the better the show is. It doesn't work for him.
I think it's also
He thinks it
important to
does.
just say that, of course, I mean, we're not, like Sam said, we're not telling anybody else's story. There are so many incredible pop stars of our day, and of course I admire and have so much respect for them, especially, after trying to dive into the psyche of somebody who lives a lifestyle that I, personally haven't lived and everything. But
yes, you
I think
have.
something
Your
that we
mom
also
lived it.
wanted to do with the character is make her feel simultaneously like a pop star of our time, but also like
I think pop music is so fractured now and so all over the place that you really don't know the names. I think she's lived a more insulated, unrelatable life than pop stars have today in today's pop culture landscape. I think she is more well known than most pop stars. So she's above what they live, actually. Like, do you know her or do you know The Weeknd? And especially the older generation who knows her from Depo Babydom.
she existed kind of in her own plane in a way, and we talked about a lot of other influences that are not pop stars. We talked about Sharon Stone in Basic Instinct. We talked about Jean Tierney. We talked about Jeanne Moreau. All of these other incredible powerful women that had a lot of influence on Jocelyn as well.
When you want to qualify glorified pornography, like something like this, where you want to make it to be highbrow or there's a deeper meaning or it's intellectual, they always bring up Basic Instinct. That Sharon Stone is the template for something that where you could was Basic Instinct nominated for something?
Other than MTV Movie Awards, I don't know.
Am I conflating it or confusing it for some? I thought Basic Instinct, like, it has some weird, like, artistic following, like it's more than it is. It's obviously, if you watched it again, I'm sure it's massively overrated and doesn't hold up. But that's always what comes up when they want to qualify, lowbrow dreck like this.
Yeah, and I also think that
welcome,
the
sir.
reference to Britney in the pilot is more of a publicist sort of spinning and trying to draw
Welcome,
connections
Jewel.
and correlations,
Nevertheless,
so that the press will write about it kindly.
Just to follow up on this, for the other actors, how fun was it to play the entourage? And did you base your character on people you knew?
I should also say that HBO did Entourage, and Entourage has so many similarities to what this is just by watching the trailer. And Entourage could easily be, and there's so many things. The stock story you hear is Marky Mark's life moving to LA, and these are his hangers-on, and Johnny Drama's. Again, it could be a composite of so many things. But when I watched, the more I learned about Amber Heard and their personal life, the more Amber Heard actually reflects the Vincent Chase character than anything I've ever seen. Her life, what you knew from the trial, and her sister, and the hangers-on, and I mean, literally, Vince started Aquaman, right? And here is Amber in Aquaman. The most similar story to Vincent Chase. She is a female Vincent Chase. I mean, honestly, go watch Entourage and just think of Amber Heard. Binge watch Entourage. And some of it's really good, and some of it's not. Some of it's just kind of forced Hollywood kind of contrivances. But it is, watch Entourage, binge watch it, and think of Amber Heard when you do. She is the male Amber Heard.
Hank and I had a lot of fun.
I mean, Vincent is the male.
And
Yeah, Vince Chase.
Lily Rose is so wonderful in this role, and such an intelligent, funny, smart individual that it made it very easy for me to get behind.
Yes,
oh,
Jewel,
I
thank you.
produced this woman. You know, I'm selling this. It's not hard to do. I feel like in this world today, I'm happy that we're playing these roles, because I think it challenges a lot of preconceived notions about what women are about in any industry at all. So
Johnny Bye Bye, our Depp contrarian, says that Depp only makes the appearances at the hospital for the sick kids with the Make-A-Wish Foundation so he can score some pills. Do you buy into that, Sarah?
What do you think?
He goes, nobody goes to the Rolling Stone has nothing on Johnny Bye Bye for going. I think Johnny Bye Bye has some connection to Depp. For all we know, this could be James Franco. But for Christ's sake, Rolling Stone and who's another huge Depp contrarian? Kathy Griffin. They're out there. They're out there. Natalie Portman's an interesting one because she worked with Lily Rose in a movie, and they asked her about Depp, and she ignored the. I don't know if I have footage of that. If there is footage of that, but Natalie Portman did that video. Remember the Paul McCartney video they did with Depp, and then she worked with Lily Rose on something, and they asked her about Depp, and she ignored it.
I'm really looking forward. I'm so excited about this show. So
I would just add one other thing, which is
kind of echoing what you were saying, Sam, about people just yes you when you're like.
Lauren Marie writes, too bad Lily Rose went for this crap instead of doing something cool and indie. She should have done an A24 type movie to get her career started. Look at what an amazing career Florence Pugh. I agree 100%. And they're out there. You know, she gets these offers. And I would love to know the picking process behind this, because if Depp can choose scripts for Amber Heard and vet her material, why doesn't he vet Lily's material? You really think he'd greenlight this? I mean, I guess you could say he did Private Resort, right? I mean, the pushback would be well, he did Private. She's much further along. She's done a ton of stuff, and she's done some indie stuff. It's just that it hasn't really hit. If you ever get a chance, Lauren, go look at her IMDb. She's got some stuff that are floating around out there on streaming services, and it's nothing, I mean, obviously, the Kevin Smith movie, Yoga Hosers, right? I mean, this is like what I have at the end of this, and the ending Deppening credits. That's the first time I think she was like officially on screen. Well, no, I'm sorry, Tusk before it. So it's the two sequels, which I laughed at a few times. It's a noble. How do you say no to that? You get to work with your best friend Harley Quinn.
Like this.
I would just add quickly
Eve
that
Barlow.
I was aware of playing. I felt very avuncular, very protective of Lily. Actually, I was always trying to.
That'll get you a new Depp role, Hank Azaria, by saying that. Eve Barlow, Ben 4810. Yes, Johnny Bye Bye is the male Eve Barlow, and ironically, I hate men. Man-hating, screaming chums to invade a press conference. It's the one whilst Sam is talking. Okay, I got it. The Eve Barlow is the Amber Heard people are getting crazier and crazier as it goes on. Like I said, Sarah, during the trial, this thing will never go away. I said it day one. The worst thing, the effect this trial will have is no matter who's considered the winner in all this, we're all losers in a way. Depp getting his, quote, life back is your decision, not a jury of 7 strangers. whether you support him or not, whether he chooses Infinitium Nihil to do his own movies, that's how you support him. You don't wait the trial to tell you to do that. But I said the stank of Fairfax will never leave him in any way, shape, or form. There's nothing he can do or no conversation he's ever going to have where that person's not looking at him thinking about that trial. It's unfortunate with the insane history and career he's forged for himself that this has to be all we think about now. I knew it from the day Fairfax started and I saw all the grifters jumping on the bandwagon and how crazy the TikTok crap and all that poser bullshit. I knew it. And it's even worse than I thought because it's actually infiltrated this.
Throw blankets and coats over her on set. Are you cold? You must be cold. Are you cold? I asked her that a lot.
We shot in the summer, so that was good.
Which made it. I said it in character a few times too. I don't know if it ever made it in, but I was surprised in the cut because I was only ever aware of being very protective of her. Very.
I'm worried that Johnny will go the Pacino route and bad acting choices, like when Pacino was in Geely. I forgot about that. And very bad Adam Sandler movies. He was Tonkat. Did you know that Depp was in an Adam Sandler movie? He was in. They were him and Pacino. It's so crazy you say that. He and Pacino are at courtside at a Laker Sacramento Kings game, and they do kind of like playing themselves. And so too late for that. It's already happened. It's kind of a funny scene though. He's good in it. You know, it's a subtle comedy scene where he plays kind of goofing on himself. And he, you know, as Adam Sandler stuff goes, it's actually a pretty good scene. But it's like a Donnie Brasco reunion, which a lot of people don't realize even exists.
Very. But seeing it, I'm like, well, to a point, Chaim's protective of her to a point, but still her client, she's still a lot of money to him.
Kylo Sierra Alpha, welcome. He does not have Mel Gibson money now. He may have come close at a certain point, but Mel Gibson kind of made all the money you could make off a movie when he's starring in it. He's the producer. He gets all this. So funding his own stuff. You're probably right. You're probably right about that. But he could have come close to doing that. But certainly with losing that money, he doesn't have his money now. But there was probably a point where he was close to it. That's a good.
How much Thompson stuff do we have?
It's not too much. It's just a couple of.
I just want to say that,
yes,
you know,
I agree,
of course,
Jewel.
it's always, you know, a little sad and disheartening to see.
Okay, this is the big quote. Everybody's over, not just overrating, but they're misinterpreting. They're willingly misinterpreting as she's talking about her dad, and it's like this double. She's talking about the Rolling Stone piece, bashing this project. And people are making it out that it's a double entendre, veiled commentary on Johnny Depp. And you listen to this. And you could kind of, if you just cut it up a little bit, you could spin it that way, but it's not.
You know, a little sad and disheartening to see mean, false things said about somebody that you really care about and that you know is not like that. And yeah, it wasn't reflective.
Okay, they took this quote, thinking they're making it out like she's talking about Johnny Depp when she's talking about the director, Sam Levinson, being abusive on the set of this Idol. So the Hollywood Reporter wrote a piece on him being a terror, and he looks like an asshole. I mean, I could tell by looking at him. Somebody you can just read someone. I just know it. He's going to be Me Too'd. Mark my words right here. May 28th. Sam Levinson will have a Weinsteinian Me Too in the next year. Mark my words. I could tell. The name sounds it. He looks like it. He looks like a creep. He sounds like a creep. It's a creep. I guarantee it's going to happen.
But don't you think he's too attractive to have a Weinstein?
He's on the fringe, maybe. You're right, though. A lot of times, like good-looking guys never get accused of sexual misconduct. I mean, he's just he's very average-looking to me, but I could see how someone might think
he's attractive.
Yeah, you're right about that, though. Like the good-looking guy, like the George Clooney did the things Harvey Weinstein did. Would he have gotten the same shit? No. The answer is no. But you could see, you can see how that quote, they think they're trying to make it like she's talking about Depp. All the grifters on YouTube with their clickbait bold print bullshit are making it like she's talking about Depp. She's talking about him and the abuse allegations he got on the set. The tyrant stuff that these guys always get. And I believe the article. I believe he is a tyrant asswipe.
At all of my experience shooting the show.
Let's listen again. I want you to think of Depp when you hear it. Think of Johnny Depp. Don't think of the director. Think of Johnny
Still
Depp.
a lot of money to him.
I just want to say that, of course it's always, a little sad and disheartening to see mean, false things said about somebody that you really care about and that is not like that. And yeah, it wasn't reflective at all of my experience shooting the show.
Look, I think it's, it's, we know that we're making a show that is provocative. It's not lost on us. But I think in some ways.
By the way, I edited that down. So I edited out about 45 seconds of stammering in between that last stammering.
In some ways that when my wife read me the article, I looked at her and I just said, I think we're about to have the biggest show of the summer. And
so what do you think? You think this this negative advertising? Oh, you loved it. What are you huffing for over there, Sariana?
I hate press conferences. They blow themselves.
How
for
funny was
45
his
minutes.
stammering? His awkward. I can't.
I don't know anything about him other than the name. I don't know if he's an asshole. I don't know.
Ben4810 writes, hey, this is Arm from the Deppening podcast. I have a question for Lily, Rose, and Sam. All you can hear is
Hi, Arm from the Deppening podcast. How many times have you seen The Astronaut's Wife? I saw it in the theater
Sarah.
8 times.
Good call. That would be a great question. Have you seen The Astronaut's Wife? I think it's a great question. Lily Rose, how many times? Lily, how many times have you masturbated to 21 Jump Street? You need a stuttering John at this press conference.
Did you ever run off a bitch in the capsule?
What was that? Say again?
You ever run off a batch in the capsule?
That accent's so cute. Bon Jovial, if you're listening, please clip that as a drop. Sarah's, whatever that was.
You ever run off a batch in your rocket ship?
Kathy Scott says, I agree. Now he's into music. Yeah, well, he's trying to see. I think writing is Depp's best. I think outside acting attribute. I think he's a much better writer than he is a guitarist or anything else. And something I recorded last night.
Well, before you do that, let me give you my opinion on whether or not this Idol show is going to be worth my time.
Yeah.
I still don't care.
Well,
Thanks for showing up for the press conference.
You have a very myopic scope of things you watch now. Like, you still haven't seen Fear and Loathing in Las Vegas. Why would you watch this? You haven't seen Gilbert Grape.
I gotta
Why would
say,
you watch
she
this?
could be the sweetest little girl in the whole wide world. I just don't care about Lily Rose. That's not part of the story for me. I forget her mother was a pop star.
Yeah.
I don't care.
Yeah, I mean, they're not this thing. They're like, what doesn't come up? I mean, the 85-pound elephant in the room is there's no buzz anything over this show without Lily Rose's name on it. You don't even know this thing exists. It would come and go. It probably wouldn't even make it through its first season. And they're looking at this like going, the question to ask him is, Sam, this is stunt casting. You're using Johnny Depp's daughter. Let's face it. Let's cut to the chase. This is brass tacks. You're using Johnny Depp's daughter after the massive Fairfax trial and all the internet going wild to launch this show. There is nothing else here that we care about but her starring in this and coming off that trial. admit it. You're stunt casting her. Now, she
Mhm.
may very well be more talented than we think she is. And she's talented in some ways. I mean, she's certainly bilingual. She can sing, as she saw her sing the Canadian national anthem. And she probably has some innate comedy chops. But there is no question. It is 100% stunt casting. And this sleazy mother effer knows exactly what he's doing by casting her, that 95% of the audience is there to see this sort of schadenfreudian curiosity about how this is going to go with this.
You know, you
There's no
want to know what
question.
I would rather watch than this show? I'm starting my 5th rewatch of Vanderpump Rules. And when the NBA season is over, I may swing through New Jersey Housewives again. I'd rather watch that, knowing line for line what's going to happen, than
I
this show.
I
I
bet
don't
you
I don't
Lily
care.
Rose is a huge fan of that show. I
Which
guarantee
one?
it. Vanderpump.
Everyone is now.
They live right by. I think according to David, that it's right by the Sweetser compound
Mhm.
where that is. It's very close to. I actually saw the Eastern Columbia building one time on a interstitial kind
It's on the
of
yeah.
Yeah.
B-roll of Vanderpump Rules.
I don't know LA that well, so I don't know. I'm sure it's around, but well, you know the story about Lily. One of the kind of TMZ or CDAN did this, that they bought Lily forced Depp to buy her the Kardashian couch at some auction.
Yeah, I saw that
That's a true
somewhere.
story. That's a true. So if
Good
she's
for her.
watching that, you know she's probably into that.
I don't even know what the Kardashian couch is, so who knows?
I get the
Great.
couch on Keeping Up with the Kardashians.
They have one couch? I would assume they
I
have
don't. Yeah,
15.
that's true. That's true. That's true. What couch you talk exactly? That's a good point. Tim Burton, Johnny's next movie will probably be with Tim Burton again and again and again and again. Yeah, Jamie, if I'm managing his career, I love Ed Wood. I love Edward Scissorhands. I love Sleepy Hollow. I even really like Sweeney Todd. I was surprised I did, but I've had enough.
I
And that
liked it better than I
teaming,
thought I would.
and we need new, we need new directors. We need a new forge a new direction of visions I love Tim Burton more than I don't, but that teaming needs to cease and desist because that's the
think it has.
redundancy I'm talking. What?
I think it has.
It may. I mean that remember the Addams Family crap that he was
Mhm.
going to be, and
I
again he
wanted
looks
to see
exactly like
that.
Gomez would be nothing for him.
I would love him to play Gomez.
You know how easy that would be for him, Gomez.
I know, but even though he even kind of has the physique of Gomez now, like getting older, like the dad bod.
David C. No, they did not ask about Lily Rose's girlfriend. More softballs than beer league in this press conference. And I don't know if you came in late. I said before, there's no question they got read the riot act that they couldn't ask about that and they couldn't ask about Johnny Depp. There's not a. I'm sure the media was said if I hear one Johnny Depp question, you're out of here. And I bet you I'm sure the thing wasn't live, right? You know, it was probably pre-taped so they can edit it.
I don't know.
I don't think it was live. It's interesting because the press conference you posted on our Deappening YouTube,
Mhm.
him and Terry Gilliam, he nice grammar, right? He and Terry Gilliam are at the Fear and Loathing in Las Vegas press conference at Cannes, and it's 1998, and you can see the difference in audio quality. You know,
Mhm.
it's like back then versus today. It's kind of
You know that Jeff Beck interview, Jeff Beck Johnny Depp serious interview you
yeah,
posted?
yeah.
We got a comment from somebody, and I forget the name. I think it's Hearsay something, but they're very popular in the Depp world on YouTube, and they thanked you for posting that.
Yeah, I mean, I wish I had the video. I don't know why I
I don't
felt
think
the need.
anybody has the video other than like a
There's
10-minute clip.
yeah, there's only like clips of it. There's no full video. They have the video. We
Of
don't.
course. Even though I pay out my for Sirius every month.
So Sarah reminded me. I don't know how someone who's never seen Fear and Loathing in Las Vegas reminded me 2 weeks ago that this is considered the 25th anniversary of Fear and Loathing in Las Vegas. It's really crazy how time flies. You know, again, I brag about Astronaut's Wife. I saw this in the theater 10 times. And it wasn't played in a lot of theaters. I dragged friends to see it. They ended up liking it more than I thought. And then it became the ultimate drinking movie where we would come home after a night of boozing, 4 or 5 in the morning, put this on and drink some more till 6, 7 in the morning. And it's nothing glorifies alcohol and drugs more than this movie, and really makes you want to. It's impossible to not want to have a drink when you see this movie. Even a teetotaler like you, Sarah, would see this. And the relationship with Depp and Thompson spans back to back when he was with Kate Moss in the mid 90s. And this is how they met. So when Thompson passed away, and this is why I think Depp is a great writer. I really, really mean this. Like, he writes some killer essays, but he writes in the Thompson prose. So Rolling Stone, when they were in good stead, recruited him to write an homage to Hunter S. Thompson in Rolling Stone about Thompson. And last night I narrated this. I want to thank the Johnny Depp Zone, which had a nice big blown up version of it, so I could read with my Matt Murdock. But by the way, I told Sarah this too. My new blind reference is Jeff Healey. I'm sick of Stevie Wonder and Ray Charles getting made fun of, and Helen Keller. My new blind target to make, if you're going to use it as a punchline, let's use Jeff Healey. Let's move it to Jeff
make
Healey.
Him feel included.
Yeah, so he can feel
from in heaven.
It feels racist too. It's always Stevie Wonder and Ray Charles. I'm going to move my blind references to Jeff Healey and Matt Murdock.
Well, to make you feel better, Helen Keller was white.
Oh, was she? Yes. The title of the essay by Depp is Kyle Lucier, he's trying to pad his bank account. He's truly hemorrhaging money now and needs an income stream to maintain the lifestyle. I think we'll never know, Kylo, like how the lifestyle has been curtailed now after what we know. It's very tough for him to, and who he's cut out and stuff. We're never going to get an update on that. He's never going to revisit unless it's retried. We're never getting an update on like how he has curtailed his lifestyle. Like, what is the monthly nut, as they say? Down to the Basic Instinct won Beaver of the Year in '92. Thank you, Ben.
Like I say, going back to the Basic Instinct thing, that movie was huge when I was in high school. I dated a guy in high school who would, this is weird, he would reenact the scene, the Sharon Stone scene, of course, in class, where he'd have his pants on, of course, but he would just sit there to make me laugh, and it worked. But that movie was so big because she was such a heroine that shouldn't be a heroine, because honestly, she's a serial killer, Catherine Tramell.
Yeah.
But she was so badass, you wanted to be her friend, even though she'd probably spear you with an ice pick.
Sharon Stone is a pretty good woman. She she was the rare. You want to call her A-list or Hollywood
at the time, yeah,
royalty?
not now. No.
I feel like she's this weird kind of legend.
She's like C-list now.
She's not C-list. She's at least B-list.
No.
People bring her up in very glowing terms.
I'm right. You're wrong.
It's tough for you broads to maintain A-list status as a leading woman. That's why I hate men.
I would always.
She is 60. I want to say 65 now.
Maybe.
Isn't that crazy? She was one of the first and only major Depp defenders when it was not fashionable to do so, when nobody else would. Really, like, I think she might have written an essay. She came, I think, in an interview. She was like, "No, he's the sweetest guy I've ever met," and nobody was saying shit except her at a certain point. Yeah. I'm telling you.
If you don't like her in Basic Instinct, you always have Sliver, which is just as good.
And the Stuttering John lawsuit.
Oh, yeah.
You remember my call to the Billy Baldwin when I made fun of Slither that Depp would turn that down? And I should play that again on here. I go, Sliver? That's the best you can... Slither.
Sliver.
With TH.
What?
Slither. Not sliver. It's Slither.
Are you really going to fight me on that?
Yeah.
The movie is called Sliver.
Isn't it with TH? Isn't it?
No.
I hope I got it wrong. How do you know that so well? How did you see?
I loved that movie. It was so bad.
You didn't see Gilbert Grape, but you did see Sliver.
Yes, and I had the DVD and the VHS, the unrated VHS, along with Basic Instinct.
Seinfeld, but you saw Sliver.
Of course I did.
So this is an essay Johnny Depp wrote. NL, welcome, writes, although Lily wasn't asked anything about her dad in the press conference, she was in an Entertainment Tonight interview and answered the question. I didn't see that yet, NL, I thought that was dovetailed off this. I will get to that next time. I'm sure she gave the most ambiguous, predictable answer you could give, as one should. But she knows. I mean, Lily knows that's all anybody's thinking about when they look at her, right? Is it impossible to not think that? Imagine that you're walking around and all anybody can think about is your dad all the time, every time. And you know, every question they ask you, they really want to know about your dad, no matter how much they veil it. No matter.
Thank
Here
you,
we go.
Julie Moss. I am correct. It is Sliver. How dare
I'm
you?
glad I got it wrong. Lauren Marie goes, Slither is a mid-2000s horror movie.
But I
Can't
like
be
that you're like,
good.
it's Slither.
Yeah,
You're stupid. It's Slither.
Leave it to Julie Moss. And welcome, by the way, to Save the Day. I don't know why I got that in my head. And I was like, you're so happy to be right. Listen to the giddiness.
Anytime I'm right and you're wrong, I love it.
Again, all I got to do to counter that is go, this is a woman who saw Slither in the theater, but has not seen What's Eating Gilbert Grape. And she's on a Deppening podcast. The audacity.
By the way, it's Sliver.
Speaking of Sharon Stone, she came out recently saying that she lost half her money during the banking crisis. I didn't realize. Was that a Madoff thing, Kyle, or just some other deal? Huh. She was, again, there was a time when she was the A-list actress she wanted. It's probably a window of about 3 or 4 years, right? And then she kind of, and then she started getting replaced. And she's a really good actress. She's great in Casino and virtually everything she's in.
I have Casino. I've never watched it. I have the DVD and I've never watched it.
Listen to the caustic Johnny Bye. Am I supposed to read this, Johnny?
No, don't even put it up.
Ray J. Yeah, Lauren Marie loves Tim Burton, and I understand that, but I need him to break off that. I need him to forge a relationship with another director that's different. I don't think there's any more those two can wring out of that bar rag anymore.
A Pair of Deviant Bookends by Johnny Depp. Buy the ticket, take the ride. These are the words that echo in my skull, the words that are...
I should say this too. I read this as Depp, but it's a sped up Depp. So imagine the Depp you saw in the Fairfax trial. We would be here till Tuesday if I read this in his actual Hunter S. Walken speech cadence. So I kind of sped it up. You know, I'm not gonna. I don't trust people's attention spans as it is. And I said this to Sarah, like I think we did the Doors thing, and I said to you, you know, Depp's charisma is like so unearthly when he can keep your attention and speak like that. Is there anyone else in the world that could take those types of pauses and keep your attention when you're hanging on his? You would have checked out instantly if a civilian plebeian paused like that. Nobody could keep your attention but him speaking like that.
Mm-hmm.
That's
100%.
how charismatic
Absolutely.
he is.
Good doctor lived by, and by God, died by. He dictated, created, commanded, demanded, manipulated, and manhandled, and snatched up life by the short hairs, and only relinquished his powerful grasp when he was ready. Well, there's the rub, when he was ready. That is what we are left with. We are here. Without him, but in no way we're left with nothing. Far from it. We have his words, his books, his insights, his humor, and his truth. For those of us lucky enough to have been close with him, which often meant rather lengthy and dangerous occasions that would invariably lead to uncontrollable fits of laughter, we have the memory of his Cheshire grin, leading us wherever he felt we needed to go. Which,
Sarah, this has bothered me my whole life since I was a kid in elementary school. It was a DC Comics character named. How do you say that? Is it Cheshire? Cheshire?
You said it right when you read it. Cheshire.
Really?
Mm-hmm.
I've heard it pronounced like 10 different ways.
I think when people like are referencing the Alice in Wonderland character, they'll speed it up. Cheshire Cat sometimes, but it's Cheshire. I'm pretty sure.
That's okay. So Alice
It's a word
in
I
Wonderland,
say once every 5 years. So
Alice in Wonderland is where it's mostly known from.
I think so.
You're probably right. I think you're absolutely right. And he, of course,
remember
is Mad Hatter.
By the way, was always the right direction. However insane it may have seemed, yes, the doctor always knew best. I have seared onto my brain the millions of hideous little adventures that I was blessed to.
Now, when he says hideous, not that Hunter S. Thompson created the word hideous, but that's a very Thompson-esque word he uses over and over. You could hear the Thompson I know you don't know his writing, but you could. This is as if Thompson wrote it.
Enough
I gotta
to
tell you
live
before.
through with him.
Yeah, go ahead.
I was gonna say that's a word you use a lot. Hideous.
Oh, I'm sure I got it from
in
them.
private conversation.
I'm sure I'm subconsciously started knocking off them. And I use it because I've listened to too much of them and read too much of them. I'm sure it is. It's not on my own steam, I'll tell you that.
That I was blessed enough to live through with him. And frankly, in certain instances, blessed to have lived through. He was and is a brother, a friend, a hero, a father, a son, a teacher, a partner in crime, and our crime fun, always fun. In December of 1995, I was vacationing in Aspen, Colorado.
So this is their origin, Sarah.
Jesus.
This is their origin.
Depp skis.
He manages to tactfully not bring up Kate Moss in this story because she's very much with him the whole time. So she somehow doesn't come up in this.
This fucking town is just lousy with beautiful people. My first instinct was to stay inside and drink grog, as the twinkling jet set refers to them. Hot toddies. My time in Aspen was spent as far from the maddening crowd as humanly possible, until, in spite of my self-induced seclusion, I ran into Alan Finkelstein. Alan, being no stranger to fun, sprang the news on me that Dr. Hunter S. Thompson lived nearby, and I'd like to meet him that night at the Woody Creek Tavern. A few of us wandered out into the snow.
See, when you have, even in 1995, the power of Depp, like, you just say you want to meet someone, here you go.
Yeah.
Like, could you do that at any point in your life? Go, who's your big guy? Eddie Vedder.
Yeah, the only one alive, Eddie Vedder.
And all you got to do is trek up to where Autobot is, and go up north to Washington. I mean, you could actually drive to where he is and do it.
Yeah, I know where his house is.
But he's not going to let you. If he lets the fucking Damien Eccles in, why wouldn't he let you in?
I didn't kill kids.
Stay in Damien Eccles' West Memphis house.
And waited for lightning to strike. Somewhere around 11 p.m., an unusually loud noise stole my attention, and then demanded the room's attention. A hush on one side, fearful murmurings on the other, were replaced by mounting screams, as what appeared to be an electric saber swung wildly near the entrance of the bar. A deep, raspy voice was hollering for people to get out of his way, threatening to shock the living shit out of any swine who lingered in his path.
Yeah, swine's a Thompson word too, Sarah. You'll come to know when you get more into his world. He loves swine over and over again as an insult to the humanoids. Loves swine.
Tall and lanky, wearing a woolen Native American-looking knit hat that trailed down past his shoulders, and the ubiquitous aviators tied to the face attached to that smile. A massive hand shot toward me. I placed my hand in his firm hold and gave back what I got. The beginning, I knew, of a long and deep-rooted friendship. He plopped himself into a chair and laid his armaments on the table, a giant cattle prod and hefty taser.
Sarah, I hear you laughing here and there at Depp's pronunciations of anything with A in it.
I gotta say, I often forget when you're doing these that it's you. And I keep thinking it's Depp.
That's a great compliment. Well, that's the compliment Depp got about playing Thompson in some of the videos. Yeah, I think it's the A that you keep. I hear like a little snicker, and every time he does anything with an A, like a hard sounding A in it.
Well, say it again. Give me an example, and let's say that's what I'm laughing at.
A massive hand. Okay. It's not hand, it's hand. You got to really, really hit that A.
Johnny Bye Bye says, if I co-hosted a podcast with Depp, oh God, can you imagine? She would be telling him to move along with the first hour. Yes, I would.
What if he paused too much?
Yeah.
That would be good. That's a good scenario. That's a very funny scenario. And Elle says she said that she was really happy for him. There's a video somewhere, but I saw it. I don't know what she could. It's about Lily Rose saying, Lily, what do you think about your dad, Jean DuBarry? I'm really happy for him. I'm like really happy for him. Seriously, she has a combination of California and French, whatever that would be, like French-ifornia Valley Girl.
I was thinking this the other day, and she's not even the worst offender with the vocal fry, of course. Do girls grow out of that, or does?
It's a great question.
I'm
I don't
45.
know.
I think I have one, but it's not nearly what younger girls do with their vocal fry. Is it? Do you grow?
It's a great question. The Kardashians are the perfect example of, like, Kim is like in her early 40s now or something. Has she grown out of the Southern California vocal fry?
I don't watch her or listen to her. I purposely avoid her.
Calabasas vocal fry. That's a great question, though. When do you drop that? I mean, like, if Howard, it's 70-year-old, can say dude,
Mm-hmm.
that might go on a lot longer than you want it to. But you're right. I mean, I don't know if they consciously go, am I still talking like a fucking Sweetser Valley Girl?
Well, I guess if you make $1 billion off of it, you keep doing it.
Tonecott89 writes, I believe Depp should continue with his Ed thing. Like, says I always think that too. He named his bird Ed. Remember Ed? I have the video too. When Hunter S. Thompson terrorized his bird in that video, Edward.
Mm-hmm.
He should star in a remake of Eddie by Whoopi Goldberg and Dwayne Shinsis, who is dead. Tonecott, how dare you desecrate the name of Dwayne Shinsis? Is up for reprising his role. Do you remember Dwayne Shinsis, Sarah?
I've never seen that name before.
He was a white center who played for the University of Miami, who played very briefly in the NBA, and he was a bust, and he had a lot of problems, and he had this huge Danny Spivey mullet that he was famous for, and he was just a huge college white stiff that didn't make it, and he passed away at least a decade ago, I think, of, I'm sure, hypertension of some kind, right? I mean, I think he was 7'3".
Yeah, that's common.
Lauren Marie, I know you want me to talk about Ronnie Cycli. I'll try to work him in at some point. Talk about Greek in the Miami Heat.
We had talked rounds, and we had rounds. Talked about this and that, and connected on more than a few levels. Not that the least being the discovery that we both hailed from the same dark and bloody ground, the great state of Kentucky. That fact alone sent Hunter into eloquent tirades, ranging from southern chivalry to hillbilly moonshine, running to our fellow Kentuckian Cassius Clay. Within no time, the group was invited back to Owl Farm, Hunter's fortified compound just up the road from the town.
Now imagine that's you and Eddie Vedder, Sarah, right? You see him out, right, at his favorite tavern, up in, what town does he live in again?
It's just Seattle.
Okay, Seattle, close Seattle.
It's an island off of Seattle. I forget what the island's called.
And you walk in and sits right with you, and you see this whole thing, and then he invites you back to the compound. Right after, that's something that could happen to anybody, not just famous people, right?
Yeah, okay.
That's what would happen. That would be like you going to Seattle and Eddie Vedder invites you back to his house to party all night and shoot guns in the backyard. Only Depp could pull this off. Only he could pull this off.
No, see, I wouldn't do that because he'd just want to talk about Neil Young and, oh God, what else would Vedder talk about? I don't even know. I would politely decline the invitation.
Johnny Bye Bye gives you a great compliment here. He goes, Sarah, don't do anything to your voice. No voice doctors, nothing. It's pitch perfect. I agree with that.
I need to develop a different laugh because I'll be editing these videos that we do, especially the old ones, and my laugh is so annoying.
No, it is. I mean, if you get you to laugh, you know you've scored big because you laugh at nothing. You have such a you can go stone-faced for anything. There used to be a show on Comedy Central called Make Me Laugh.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know if you ever saw this, where comedians would come out and they would have to make people laugh.
Stupid.
It would just do something to. You would probably clean up on that show. You are a tough laugh.
Yeah, it's easy.
It's easy. It's easy. Do it.
All right, get back to Johnny.
Upon arrival, we were greeted by Hunter's assistant, Deborah Fuller, who would later become known as the Vitamin Queen because of her painstaking and meticulous nursing of Hunter and myself when I moved into the house. Her daily delivery of B's, C's, and D's, and E's, and general TLC kept us as healthy and alive as within reason for us, and God bless her. Hunter and I hunkered.
To give a comparison to Sarah's voice, she and Bon Jovial came up with this one. She sounds like Laura from Dr. Katz. If you ever watched that on Comedy Central, she was She was a snarky, sarcastic receptionist, and I think she sounds like Natalie Maines of the Dixie Chicks. So it's somewhere in there.
Down in the kitchen, better known as the command center, babbling ourselves silly when I paid him a compliment concerning a smart-looking nickel-plated shotgun hanging up on a rack.
Yes, the Nets.
Before I knew what was what, I found my...
Just a little word on Dwayne Shintz. I want to tie this into something salacious, almost OJ. Do you remember Jason Williams, Sarah, the guy who killed his limo driver?
Yeah.
He had a very short stint as a Dennis Rodman knockoff rebounding specialist on the Nets for a few years. And he managed to somehow finagle an $80 million contract doing this, and then gets injured like 2 games later. Do you remember the shooting incident when he brought people back to his place and they were, it's very Thompson-esque actually, when you think about it. And so they're shooting guns and just like Thompson would do in Jason Williams' backyard. And he shot his limo driver and tried to cover it up. I believe Dwayne Shintz was at that very thing.
Okay.
The Nets, those shitty net teams in the 90s.
And nothing
Armin
else to
Gilliam
do.
is on that team. Armin Gilliam is on that team. They truly had nothing else to do. It was after a game, and I'm almost sure Dwayne Shintz was at the crime scene when he shot his limo. It became almost like an OJ thing because he tried to cover it up, and he did a Barbara Walters interview. Babe Lewis, they talked about this and that. Oh, that's from the Boys in the Hamptons, and it's all this and that. Babe Lewis goes, Sarah's voice is wonderful. Burns saying that since the Depp trial. I've been saying that since the Depp trial. Yes, I agree. If anyone needs a voice makeover, it's Arm. Goddamn, that Long Island accent is unbearable. Exactly.
No.
Hands wrapped around a rather large propane tank, and he was meticulously instructing me to duct tape a first fist-sized box to the side of it.
Ew.
Well, in the process of this bizarre ritual, I inquired as to the box's content. Oh yeah, that. Nitroglycerin. Panicked, I instantly and deftly heaved a cigarette I was smoking into the kitchen sink and continued the job.
I don't believe
that. At roughly 2:30 a.m., we strolled out.
Okay, Sarah doesn't believe that.
He ain't giving those cigarettes up for anything, even if there's a risk of him blowing up.
Do you think he's ignorant enough to not know that there's... Would you just pull a cigarette out? I mean, I guess Thompson smokes all the time. I guess it's game on for all substances and stuff. But you don't believe he really did that, do you?
No.
Okay. They said, you remember Stephen Roderick accused Thompson of embellishing the truth for a good story all the time?
I don't remember that, but I'm sure he said it.
I played the interview.
Sure
It was in print. He said that he thinks that Thompson made stories up. And that's really kind of what Gonzo is all about. But he said that he did it too. And so he said he wasn't a fan of Thompson. That's how you know that was strike. I mean, that's, if you want to piss Depp off, that's a great way to do it. And I think that's part of the Gonzo writing style. Hey, easy there, Arm. I grew up seeing many shitty Nets I like the team. I'm not saying Willis Reed coached them, by the way. Rest in peace. Everyone's dead now.
By the way, Tone Cott, Drazen Petrovic was a Blazer.
He spelled his name wrong too for loving them so much.
Yeah.
There's no C. There's no H at the end of it. Sorry, I had to get one in. He was originally a Trailblazer, right? He was in the
Yeah. Then we sent him off to New Jersey. Poor guy.
I don't know where he would have played. Like you go, oh, how did you get rid of Drazen Petrovic? You're like, where was he gonna? You know, Drexler's playing the 2, Kersey's playing the 3.
He was going to be a backup if he stayed
how
here.
Many?
So
they got Ainge.
right
after that. I don't know how many. I mean, it's not that he would have hurt, but like I don't think you saw that coming. He would really thrive today.
Oh, God.
Today's make or miss bullshit 3-point shooting contest that every game is. Thank you, Johnny. Bye. Thank you, John. Radio made bravado. Thank you, John. Yeah, I think At least they don't, right? At least they don't sound like Shadow Stevens.
Hunter's backyard. My larger than large propane bomb set approximately 15 yards dead ahead. The good doctor is off to my right, coaching and coaxing, giddy with anticipation. Shotgun firmly in hand, I pumped a shell into the chamber and leveled the beast at our preposterously explosive target. Pitch black night, 1,000 million stars in the sky, dead calm. The neighbors safely tucked in for a pleasant nighty-night. And then blammo! A direct hit, and the target exploded into an 80-foot fireball. Good shooting, man, Hunter feverishly screamed. What was a...
Think about the life they lead. Compare it to your civilian life, Sarah, and what you're doing. This is like a Wednesday night during the week. They're out at a tavern. They all go back to Hunter S. Thompson's place at 3 a.m. and start shooting guns.
Well, he had a lot of property, right?
He does. He has a huge compound where you can't. But still, just even if you did something like a little less than this, this is the life these people lead. How it's just like it. There's no days of the week. There's no clock. There's no, you know what I mean? Just 3 o'clock in the morning on a Wednesday, some random week, let's say it's fucking January or something, and they just going back to his house to shoot guns. And there's just nothing, you know what I mean? Like,
there are no rules.
There's no rules, right? Just lawless. Thank you, Lauren Marie. The voiceover is a very convincing Johnny Depp with an occasional hint of Corey Feldman. Corey Feldman sounds like Mark Maron, I realize. Remember he was talking to he goes, I'm always going to play music. I'm always going to love music. You're not going to stop me from playing music on my terms. I don't care if I ever act again. I always like music.
One hell of a shot. Hot damn, yes. Sometime later, I was working in New York City one morning at about 5:30 a.m., slugging it out with a treadmill on a radical incline, huffing, puffing, sweat roping off me, training like a bastard for the film Donnie Brasco. The phone rang. Odd.
See, that's footage I want to see in the worst way. I want to see video footage of Depp on a treadmill at 5:30 in the morning, training for Donnie Brasco.
Donnie Brasco era.
Well, the weird thing is he's on a treadmill, and you're kind of going, well, what's the cardio for? Because he was supposed to bulk up to look more like Joe Pistone.
You got to burn fat.
So what's the cardio for?
Burning fat.
Maybe. There's a shirtless Depp, by the way, and when they get off, they're in a Florida water park, and he slides down. Remember this? He slides down the slide.
I've
He
seen
gets
the
up
video,
very
yeah.
quickly, and he starts walking through wading through the, what would you say? It's a dick level. It's
like a
3 feet.
waist,
a
3 waist
feet
level, dick
yes.
level.
And he somehow keeps his aviators on through the whole thing.
So hot.
Time for somebody to be calling. I thought, hello? Johnny? Hunter? What's wrong with you? You sound sick. Good God, there was no way in hell I could have explained a treadmill. And there was no way in hell I could have explained a treadmill to him at this time. Far too mortifying. I jumped into the conversation.
When you're reading this, you kind of go,
I know.
is Thompson talking or is he talking? And you see,
That's
like,
why
quotes.
when I have to do something, I print it and I have to highlight what I'm doing, what I'm supposed to read. Otherwise, I would do that too.
I could have done it over. I chose not to because I thought it was
cares? It's
funny
fine.
to leave it in. Also, didn't feel like it.
You should have left in the what the hell, like that one time you did where you got angry at the
Oh yeah. I wasn't as angry. I don't know. I should have been more angry than I was. I don't know why.
Yeah.
I don't know. I thought it was like, it was like an honest mistake. But like when you read these, you're not sure sometimes where the quote ends, and because he and Thompson are so similar, you're not sure who's talking sometimes and who's not.
Yeah.
No, nothing. No.
What?
I'll be right back. Keep going.
Okay.
Mortifying. I jumped into the conversation. No, nothing. No, just getting ready to go to work.
Kathy Scott says, that's the way I grew up. Someone get an idea and we just go with it. Jesus. I shot a 12 gauge through the living room ceiling. You'd fit right in at the Thompson compound, Kathy. They'd love you. I mean, honestly, that's what goes on at this place. Like random shooting. Like for some reason, we laugh at it. Like there's huge gun problems in this country. We always talk about, the school shootings, which are horrendous and embarrassing. But there's a whole other percentage or population of people who just have fun shooting guns, and Thompson's one of them. And there doesn't seem to be any mishaps or problems, and it's like a different community, but it's such a stark of what you hear about school shootings now. It couldn't be more capricious and cavalier the way they handle guns in the Thompson world. It really is crazy. And Kathy, you lived the Thompson life. I'm jealous. Although I have no what's the drop that I have here? This is my attitude toward guns.
You Homo sapiens and your guns.
Oh, Magneto. Yeah, I just, my dad was a marksman in the National Guard in his 20s and I guess early 30s. And we got rifle awards and stuff. And we didn't have one, not even a 22 in the house. Never saw a gun, never shot one. I have no idea. It just wasn't in our hemisphere. And I'm better for it. I'd never needed one. I never had the desire to. It doesn't come up in my world at all. I lived in Brooklyn for a bunch of years and never felt threatened. It just isn't. I just don't see myself acting with it, even if I had one in a way like where I would somehow become John Wick or Frank Castle and mow down this Bernard Getz like thing. It just, I'm just better off without it. I just don't need it. I'd never thought about it. That's you live in a different world. You actually have a gun, right?
Me?
Yeah.
I have 2.
I think an FBI windbreaker would be better for your purposes.
I have an old pistol that couldn't hit the broadside of a barn, and I have like a little pearl-handled pistol. That's probably what I would use if somebody broke in.
Ben 4810 brings up a great point. Doesn't Depp have some kind of anxiety disorder from escalators and treadmills?
I've never heard that. I don't know.
He does have anxiety. He did mention something about. He didn't say treadmills, but escalators. I remember. I don't think anybody remembers this but me. I remember reading an article on him when he was trying to come off as family man. And I think Jack had been born. And he was trying to look out for his health. And he claimed he was an avid distance runner in this. This is a USA Today piece. And he claims that he was running 3 to 5 miles a day. I'm sure he claims it was in France, and that went away so quick. And I'm thinking, there's someone like me who was run really hardcore OCD. There's no way you could smoke like he does and get up to that. I just don't. So that was I've tried to find that last year, that article, and I can't find it anymore.
Speaking of guns, do you have the video of him and Thompson shooting guns?
Yeah.
Okay.
I have it here.
All right. Play that next.
How are you? Fine. Listen, if they're going to go to work, how are you? And there was no way in hell I could have explained a treadmill to him at this time. Far too mortifying. I jumped into the conversation. No, nothing. No, just getting ready to go to work.
If it's 5:30 a.m. in New York, it is 3:30 in Colorado. So he's calling him at 3:30 his time while Depp is in New York. So I love that Brasco is weaved into this.
Work, how are you? Fine. Listen, if they're going to do a film on the Vegas book,
I'm with you,
would you be interested? Well, would you want to play me? I was stunned. I hopped off.
Brendan with the Hall & Oates reference. I just brought them up watching the live from Daryl's house. That would be, if I could manage the Hollywood Vampires, I'd have them cover that song. Have Depp sing, I said, leave me alone. I'm a family man, and my bark is much worse than my bite.
That dastardly whore of a treadmill, and tried to gather myself. Well, what about it? Are you in? Of course I was in. Who wouldn't have been? I was beyond interested. We spoke a bit more about it, and the hows, and the whos, and the whens, and the whys, etc. It was then when I had learned that there really weren't any, or a script of any kind, no director, no production at all. It simply didn't exist. Well, not yet anyway. He'd inquired for his own edification. He did that sort of thing a lot. Hunter was always kind of way ahead of the curve, even in what appeared to be absolute chaos. He was all too aware of exactly where the chips would fall. After a gathering in New York to celebrate the 25th anniversary of Fear and Loathing in Las Vegas.
Well, that's crazy reading this, right? So we're celebrating the 25th anniversary of the movie. He's celebrating the 25th anniversary of the book.
Yeah.
I didn't even catch that while I was recording this.
Or as he called it, the Vegas book. A handful of us ended up in Hunter's hotel suite for several nightcaps. I took advantage of the opportunity and cornered the good doctor to say that if I was to do the film, I would first need his blessing, and if he was comfortable giving it, and that if I did even a remotely decent job playing him, there was a damn good chance he might well hate me for the rest of his life and my life. Bang! Those black eyes shot into mine, twinkling like stars. I remember the smile on his face like it was yesterday. Cheshire. Well, fuck it. Bother, take the ride. Ugh. And let's hope for the best. For your sake. The Vegas film finally got set up, and the time had come for some serious soul stealing. I flew to Aspen, and I was greeted at the airport by Hunter in his 1971 Chevy convertible, a.k.a. the Red Shark. Jesus. I was sporting a woolen toque on my head, having already done the razoring to my skull. Hunter was leery to see what I was hiding under my cap. Oh, Jesus, let's see it. He reluctantly said. I whipped the fucker off and felt the wind on my bald pat.
Is it pate or pat? P-A-T-E.
I have no idea.
I feel like it could be pate.
I couldn't survive in a conversation with him.
I would love to see you hanging out with
Depp. That's great, but can you be naked while we talk?
Thompson?
No.
That would be interesting.
Depp.
A naked hunter. Lauren Marie goes, she's afraid of guns. I'll take my chance with a baseball bat or something like that. Lauren has a reason to. You remember the ring.com story, Sarah, we talked about? And Lauren had that weird, I don't know, stalker or something. And they're away from that. She genuinely has a reason to.
Bryce, you look terrible. Fuck, man. Put that hat back on. Makes me fucking sick. We serpentined our way through the mountains and arrived at Owl Farm, where I was swiftly invited to put my things in the basement. Hunter and Deborah had very kindly set up a room for me and gave me access to pile after pile of manuscripts, work notes, trinkets, bars of soap from Vegas, and other holy relics. I lived in that basement for much longer than I planned, and grew to be kind of comfortable with the brown and recluse spiders I'd shared the room with. One night I was sitting on my bed having a smoke and going through Hunter's notes from the Vegas days, and brilliant scenes that, for some reason, were edited out of the book.
Okay, there's your foundation for Amber Heard.
Mm-hmm.
So what he's reading here is the Rum Diaries, and he decides, reading this, I'm going to make this into a movie. And he doesn't bring up the Rum Diaries here, but trust me, I've read enough different interviews where that is in fact exactly what he's reading. And the Rum Diary becomes why you know Amber Heard and how Fairfax is. I mean, Hunter S. Thompson is, I don't know, would you say directly to blame for Amber Heard and Fairfax? Or indirectly?
No, I would say Depp is, because he had the final say on the casting.
Pussy fog. But the idolatry of Hunter S. Thompson is how this was wrought. And this is the foundation for it. I didn't even when I was recording this, I didn't even really, I mean, I knew obviously that, but it hits me now. This is exactly the moment he spots the transcript for the Rum Diary, and he has to make this into a movie, despite the fact it's very mediocre and doesn't need to be a movie at all. It just, there's nothing about it you watched it, right? It's a restrained, stripped down, boring Hunter S. Thompson.
I hated that movie.
Placed my cigarette in the ashtray that was sitting on the nightstand.
What's your Depp page?
For some reason, I began to examine the nightstand, a barrel of sorts with wooden slats and steel bands and the whole bit.
Sarah, Jamie wants to know, do you go to firing practice? How do you know how to shoot a gun?
When I got my gun from my father, the good one, he took me, he lives at the beach. Up in the mountains, there's a rock quarry, and we just sneak into that property and we shoot. It's been years.
What did
I probably should do it again, but
What did Mr. Slade have to say about you shooting?
I know.
When's the last time you did that?
Probably about 3 or 4 years.
Oh, that's not that long ago. How often have you gone?
Twice in 10 years.
As I scrutinized it a bit more, a wave of fear hit me, the likes of which I'd never experienced. My nightstand was a keg of gunpowder, sprinting up the stairs.
Yeah, sorry, Lauren. This is how it went. This is so creepy. Imagine getting this at 2 in the morning. It's one of those Wi-Fi security cameras indoors where someone talked to us through the camera. That is so. Could you imagine at 2 a.m. and you got to look at that?
I would burn my house down.
Traumatize the shit out of me. I don't know. I think at that point I'd be so angry. Maybe I'd just run outside and confront it. I ain't gonna live with this again. This ain't happening again. Let's nip this in the bud. That's easy for me to say.
Mm-hmm.
As fast as a cheetah, I located Hunter, sitting in the command central. Hunter, you gotta come with me. I need to know if... just come on downstairs. He looked confused, but humored me and walked to my room. What has gotten into you, Colonel? It is with those filthy little brown recluses again. No, it's that thing. I pointed to the offending object, and I egged him to tell me if it was actually full and active. A look of recognition came across his face. He goes, "Oh, God, that's where it is. I always wondered what happened to that thing. Yikes, it's full. I was slipping. Fuck yeah, it's full. Holy shit, that goddamn thing could have blown us all off the map. Especially with you smoking near it. Ye gods, man, what's wrong with you?" He giggled for weeks, even years about that. And so did I, and I'm still giggling. For days and nights on end, we would sit in that command center and talk about anything and everything, from politics to weapons to our home state of Kentucky. Lipstick, music, Hitler's paintings, literature, sports, always sports. We were talking one night about which ones he preferred and didn't, and we were watching plenty of basketball and loads of football. So I asked him if he was ever a baseball fan, to which he replied flatly, "No, baseball is like watching a bunch of angry Jews arguing on the porch." Once, a year later, we'd made a bet.
Did you hear that, Hooper? Baseball is like a bunch of angry Jews arguing on the porch.
I don't get it.
I guess there's a lot of... He means there's a lot of deliberation and arguing with umpires, standing around.
Okay. I just find it boring.
Bullpen meetings and changing pitchers and talking in downtime and leisure. That just did. I should say this. Thompson, if you didn't know, was a sports writer. I mean, he was mainly the first. He started out. He was a sports writer. He wrote about politics too, but his thing is sports. It is. You can't hang out with him and not have some tolerance. I mean, if I've ever been jealous of someone's life, Thompson really had cultivated a life for himself where he has this compound. People are pilgrimaging to him, and he's sort of doing whatever he wants while getting this immense respect. And he'd have these football parties with satellite dishes before there was even DirecTV and just TVs everywhere. I mean, that guy, that is like creating your own world in a way. If there's ever someone to be jealous of, it is him.
On the World Cup soccer tournament, France versus Brazil. He was positive that Brazil was going to cream France, so I took that bet, $1,000. We teased and prodded each other for weeks and weeks leading up to the match. The outcome, however, bent in my favor. He promptly wrote me a check and sent it with this letter. "Well, Colonel, I told you the fucking game was fixed. I just didn't think those sissy quadroon boys would totally go into the tank. They acted like stupid animals. They shit all over themselves and disgraced the whole nation of gutless horrors in the eyes of the world.
Hidden palms.
And it taught me another good lesson. Why amateurs should fuck around gambling on games they know nothing about. Anyway, here's a check for $1,000. They very much thank you for your business, and I will be back. Okay, Doc." His generosity was astounding. Never once did he try to wriggle away from my never-ending barrage of questions. He was always exceptionally patient and very giving. He was always totally open regarding the details of his exploits and personal experiences, even the more intimate particulars of his past. The more time we spent together, the more intense the bond became. The connection was profound and becoming more so.
Oh, Jesus.
I used to tease him that we were becoming a perversely twisted version of Edgar Bergen and Charlie McCarthy, which really made him uncomfortable. I had
Let me jump to the end
this
here.
fear that it was all going to happen only once in this lifetime. These were fantastic experiences. Some of the best moments of my life were happening to me, and luckily, I knew it. Speaking as a fan, you owe it to yourselves to not be cheated or shortchanged by believing merely the myth. Read the work, read his books, understand that his road and his methods were his, and only his. He was in no way irresponsible when it came to his writing. He lived it, breathed it, 24 hours a day. There are those of you who, based on Hunter's journey and the mad stories that surround his life and memory, might think that because of his lifestyle, the excess and the wild rantings, he was simply some hedonistic lunatic, or as he always put it, an elderly dope fiend. I promise you, he was not. He was a southern gentleman,
There it is,
all
Southern gentleman.
chivalry and charm. He was a hypersensitive medium who channeled the underlying currents and truth concealed in veils of silken lies that we've become accustomed to swallowing. Hunter was a genius who revolutionized writing in the same way that Marlon Brando had done with acting, as significant, essential, and valuable as Dylan, Kerouac, and the Stones. He was, without question, the most loyal and present friend I have ever had the honor of knowing. I am privileged to have belonged in the small fraternity of people in his life who were allowed to see more than most. He was elegance personified. I miss him. I missed him when he was alive. But, dear doctor, I will see you again. Colonel Depp.
You see, that's the guy I want writing my eulogy for me.
Oh, of course.
And I think they probably read this at the ceremony for him when they shot his ashes out.
5 million.
That's really, I mean, I think that's really a great composite, a perfectly detailed composite of what he meant. The ending really gets me. And I agree with his slant and state of mind and kind of counterculture pushback against all normalities. If you ever get a chance, I go back and read his essays. I know you won't. If you haven't even seen the film, people say, I remember hearing things of people who'd followed his career for years and years that Hunter had, which happens a lot of people, that he lost his edge, meaning he wasn't quite the writer. He'd lost kind of what, kind of out of touch, and he didn't have, but I don't know. I mean, that's just so arbitrary. You said you wanted me to play the clip of them hanging out together, right?
Yeah, why not? While you do that, I'm going to grab my Rolling Stone, and I want to see what that article is called that he wrote from 94. I'll be right back.
About
the one with, the Kurt Cobain issue.
Oh, okay.
So I'll be right back.
You're not talking about the 98 one, are you? With they're hanging out together?
94.
Oh,
It's a
okay.
94 Rolling Stone. I'll be right back.
I got this weird thing popping up on my. Why can't I remove this? I have this thing in my Windows now where multiple desktops come up and it blocks you from. I apologize here. I'm trying to get this off my damn screen. It's blocking me from. It's okay. I got it. Sorry about that. So remove this, and now this is a video that I think Rolling Stone did. They followed Depp and Thompson around. They're hanging out together. So I just put together this montage of my favorite moments from this. Very kind of jump around. And this is what the writer who wrote this article on, which we'll do next time or the next time we do this. Then I put my favorite moments. Ida Greenbacks, I agree about the Chicago shootings, that could just traumatize an entire community like Sandy Hook, like Florida. It's just every 2 weeks there's a new school shooting. And yeah, that would just make me just repulsed and repelled by the thought of it. As soon as I think they always say now in the school shootings, it's going to be used soon. You can ignore this as long as you want, but it's going to come at you. And what happens when it happens to your loved ones? Let's see how cavalier you are about guns. It's okay. This is 3:30 in the morning, March 22nd, 1997, and he is preparing for the Vegas film. And this is Sweetser, I should say. I think he just moved into that Sweetser place. Okay, this is Thompson. This is him in his environment. This is classic Thompson terrorizing Depp's bird, Edward. Sarah loves this.
Okay, hold on just a second. Oh my God, there's a reason I never read this article. It's called Polo is My Life, Fear and Loathing in Horse Country. It's about polo. Okay.
What's the date of the Rolling
December
Stone?
15th, 1994.
I never read that.
Ugh.
Yeah, so he would be regularly published just like that. And you
Mhm.
didn't know who he was, and you probably ignored it. You'd buy it for Cobain and didn't know he was there. And he had a series of these. And because of his relationship with Depp, I'm 100% sure, ESPN, this is when the internet started to become more developed. And ESPN.com had a website that was growing, and they said something called Page 2, and he was a columnist on that.
Yeah.
I think it was
Well,
once a
apparently
week.
this article is like 10 pages on polo.
Wow. And
Okay.
I mean, you don't have to like, what's the point? Is he just going like his experience with?
I guess.
You don't like this. Hey, I was put in jail for rape when I was 15 years old.
You hear that?
Yep.
I wonder if that's some truth to that.
I think he likes to weave a tale.
Yeah, he says I was in jail for rape when I was 15 years old. He has some strange. What would happen if somebody handled that cartoon cat of yours, Camilla, like that, Sarah?
Well, I'm not a bird person, so don't you have to hold a bird kind of like this?
I think you're right. I don't know what kind of bird this is. Is it a parakeet or?
I don't know.
I know. Okay. Hey, hi, I'm Edward. Boy, you really. This is.
He goes, hi, I'm Edward. He puts it back, Babe Lewis. He doesn't abuse it, but he comes close to walking the line of. Is Depp going to tell Thompson not to gravitate? Like, does he idolize Thompson so much that he wouldn't even tell him?
I think he would say
to
something.
not
if
crush
it
his
was,
bird.
I think he would say something.
He's cackling at him. Here we go. So we're
Viper
back
Room
at
beanie.
Yes. Good catch.
Would you
We're
wear a
back
beanie?
at-
Would you wear that beanie if I bought it for you?
Yeah.
Okay.
Even though I don't like, I'm kind of sweat too easy in those things, so
Who
I don't like
cares?
to. We're back at Aspen, Woody Creek, and they're shooting in the backyard. And this is Thompson's backyard. This is Kathy Scott on a normal weekend in 1985 at the range. So Thompson's son Juan is behind them watching, and he claims he thinks Depp is Thompson. Watch
God
this.
damn, I thought that was Hunter.
He's getting it down now.
No, it's gonna get swollen though.
I couldn't be in this field.
I didn't ever see that he was getting me.
Okay, this is interesting too. So now cut to, they go to the premiere of Fear and Loathing, and Thompson is with Benicio del Toro and Depp, and
Depp looks great.
They're getting interviewed, and Thompson, this is really, I think it's really funny. He takes a huge bag of movie popcorn and just destroys it, and starts hitting Depp with the popcorn.
Yeah.
This is just, I find this so funny. And only
My brain goes to the poor schlub that has to clean this up.
Yeah, that's true. He's got to clean that up. Okay, here we go. So this is like they're in front of the press here, and they're taking shots.
So what am I saying?
the maintenance crew there, he just added on like 3 hours of work to their night. I wonder if they got overtime for that. Is there any concern for what the little people have to go through to clean that up? Right? They could have been out of there and early night. Nope. That popcorn must have been 4 feet tall and however many pounds. And this is in front of the Viper Room on the Sunset Strip. Classic. John Cusack is in the convertible Thompson's Drive with Depp and Thompson in a blow-up doll as they enter the Viper Room as Thompson's about to do a reading of his own book at the Viper Room in an appearance. And watch what Thompson does to the driver behind them.
Hey, Hunter, you're holding the van till you get in.
There you go.
Depp goes, there you go.
Guys, like, I just want to go home.
Now, to give you the location of the Viper Room, I guess Tower Records is like the real famous. That's in the Tom Petty Into the Great Wide Open video, by the way. That Tower Records. And it's no coincidence that the Viper Room is right next to it. Sarah feels sorry for that driver. Right?
That would be me. I just want to go home.
Well,
I've been at work, and I got to deal with your clowning.
Johnny Bye-Bye goes, Sarah needs to get John a whole Viper Room tracksuit. Long Islanders tracksuits. We do love our tracksuits. Sarah, you know what could happen there? And I'm sure he could care less. He throws the blow-up doll on the road. The car screeches. Not thinking it's first, but just screeches because they're scared. And then someone rear ends them. And how do they take care of that?
Weren't they parked behind?
No, when the person pulled out, he pulled into the street. So he throws the blow-up doll in front of the car, and they come to a halt. Stop. Like, someone easily could just rear end them from behind on that busy, supposedly, right? I mean, isn't LA? There's just traffic all the time, everywhere, no matter what
There's
time.
not a lot at this time, judging by the video.
I don't think he cares.
I don't know.
Johnny, Sarah needs. Kathy Scott's teaching 5-year-olds to hunt. You lived in an isolated jungle.
Just the gun conversation.
She said something I was about. Okay. My husband bought me a small 9mm because I used to travel alone. I had one every day, and I was moving around inmates. I don't blame you, Kathy. I don't blame you.
This is start date on the film Fear and Loathing in Las Vegas.
Okay, they get heckled. This is really interesting. To me, this is the most interesting thing in the whole thing. In the Viper Room, some member of the media looking for movie dirt infiltrates the Viper Room and asks a question in the middle of Thompson's reading, and they take it as heckling, and he's kind of thinking he's got kind of like a gotcha thing where he's asking him about the start date, how the Vegas Fear and Loathing in Las Vegas will never get off the ground and that they can't settle. There was controversy about the writer, Alex Cox, who got removed from it. The director had changed. And do you remember Drew Barrymore initially was supposed to play the Christina Ricci role?
No.
Okay, well, that was the thing. And so the movie was just sputtering, and this guy infiltrates the Viper Room and asks them about it. And Depp's not happy. And he has him bounced out by Warren Sapp.
I always thought this was a setup.
I watched it like 5 more times last night. I don't think so, Sarah, because I'm reading.
Sounds like it's Thompson's sense of humor.
This guy seems like a dick.
Fear and Loathing in Las Vegas with WINO Films, except there's a few problems. There's no script, there's no director, and there's no talent. And we're set to shoot January 29th, I hear. Is that true?
I believe that's true. But I think
that's such a detail. That's not a plant. That's such a detailed question. That's a media guy.
How did the camera go immediately to his face, zoomed in, properly framed, and?
Because the guy filming this from Rolling Stone thought this would be good to have for his article. I thought it was fake in the beginning, and I don't now. You might be right, but I think it's real on my 10th watch of this.
True, but I think you have accurate information. And
he's like, so what?
So what? I didn't get to get off on this kind of story.
You don't light him on fire?
You hear what Depp said?
No.
In the background, Depp says to him, "Hey, you want me to light him on fire or something?"
Mm.
And so they're contemplating throwing him out, and Thompson's jousting with him from the stage.
Well, that's true, but you're going up.
You're going out.
It's not because of what you asked, it's not because of a elegance or articulation that you have. It's because you seem like a lawyer with a grudge. Right?
You want him out?
I think so, yeah.
All right. Did you want him out?
I want to hear him scream.
I want to hear him scream.
Just that you.
Do you think Amber Heard's side would, if they knew well enough to watch this, would use this against Depp, thinking he was
No.
real? No, like the way they would try to embellish, like, did you hear him say he wanted to light him on fire?
Well,
Did you hear? He means that.
Bonnie really had nothing, so yeah, I'm surprised. If you think back on it, yeah, she would.
And then Thompson says, I want to, what did he just say? I want to watch, what did he just say? He just quickly says this.
Just that you. Well, this is the letter. When I was arrested,
Cusack jumps on stage, but didn't really
last
say
year.
anything here.
It was a bungling.
That's it. That's all I want to put from that, because it's just a weird.
I
They
know,
knew
I've
how
seen
many
it.
interests would be in it, and they just was seen it. I have the whole thing on our Patreon channel. I think it's 18 minutes, the full hang. I really like it because it's a good look at stuff we never get to see, and that was not like that shit in the Fear and Loathing like DVD or Blu-ray. That should be in there. I mean, that's what you want. That's an extra, right? And the Johnny Bob, I think it's real too. He says this guy seems kind of a nerdy guy who would show up at one of these things. I agree. I think it's real too. I didn't at first, and now I feel like it's real. Because I was listening to the stuff in the background, and they wouldn't have slipped that in there. Depp wants to light him on fire. Just shows you how sensitive Depp Thompson throwing this dork out. He can't handle this guy. I think Depp would do anything to keep this. He doesn't. This is the last thing at the Viper Room. This is his big night. He's going to do nothing to ruin it. Thompson can get anything he wants from Depp at this point. The last thing he's going to do is have Thompson rattled and uncomfortable in any way, shape, or form on his watch. Right? I mean, this is like Jimmy Kimmel with Letterman. There's nothing he wouldn't do for him here. And certainly kicking that guy out is the least of his, or just Alex Cox, says Ben, really good guy, decent director. I don't know much about him other than this. I remember reading, I don't know if you read this, Ben. It was the Fear and Loathing in Las Vegas article in Rolling Stone. The story went that Alex Cox was working on the adaptation of Vegas, and again, it's always back to sports with Thompson. They invited him to Woody Creek, and Thompson wanted him to watch football with him. And Alex Cox said he hated football, and he was a vegetarian. So Thompson was making these sausages, and he said he was a vegetarian who hated football, and that's the worst thing you could say to Hunter S. Thompson, to have you X'd out of his life. And they booted him off the film, and they rewrote the screenplay. That's the story. I mean, that's what I read a few times. So I'm going to read Thompson's very quick suicide letter, which Rolling Stone did, and it's the writer David Brinkley.
No, it's the Suicide.
Suicide. I mean,
football
Take
season.
the chat off though, so we can see the screen.
It's entitled "Football Season is Over." And that's Thompson's living. So 1937 to 2005, when he died, by Douglas Brinkley, he died at 67. The theory is that he didn't even want to turn 60, which Depp is about to turn. And he really didn't want to turn 70. Like, Thompson's a guy that he kind of being young and wild is his brand, or sort of ageless. Like, being old doesn't become him. What the rituals old people have, he doesn't see that as his future. He never wanted to be this age. And I think he feel like he hit 60 and is like, what do I do now? I'm not I really don't. I'm not digging AARP land.
Is over. Hunter S. Thompson, 1937 to 2005. Celebrating the life and death of famed author of Fear and Loathing in Las Vegas with a Bang by Douglas Brinkley.
Oh, there you go, Sarah. Yeah, Alex Cox directed Repo Man with Emilio Estevez and Sid and Nancy, which I'm sure you saw, right? That's such a Sarah movie.
I've seen it. It's horrible.
Oh, it's
Courtney
horrible?
Love's in it.
Is there a couple of versions of it, or is it just one, Sid and Nancy?
I've only seen one.
Okay.
February was always the cruelest month for Hunter S. Thompson. An avid NFL fan, Hunter traditionally embraced the Super Bowl in January as the high watermark of his year. February, by contrast, was doldrums time. Nothing but monstrous blizzards, bad colds, and the lackluster Denver Nuggets.
I should say, take that, Hunter S. Thompson, what we're about to see in the NBA Finals now, right? I mean, give me a prediction, Sarah. Denver in 5 over whoever they're playing?
I think you're being too kind. That's a gentleman's sweep. So, oh, God. I got to say it's going to be a sweep. Not that I want that. I don't want Denver to win.
Can't believe you know what a gentleman's sweep is.
Mm-hmm.
I happen to like the Denver Nuggets. I have followed them since the Lafayette Lever years, even a little before, but they were always this kind of run and gun fun altitude. There's a great point that Barkley made that I made many times. If the altitude thing is such an issue, how come they have no NBA titles in the history of their franchise? You know, you would think if it's such an advantage, right? I don't know. I don't know how that's not. There's, oh my God, the altitude. You can't breathe. Then why are they 18 and 64?
As a Blazer fan, I'm not allowed to root for the Nuggets, so I will not be. I don't want to root for the Celtics. Good God. But the Heat are blowing it.
Yeah,
so
I can't deal with the chowderheads.
Sadly, I think I'm going to have to root for the Celtics.
But you have Depp's Heat against Thompson's Nuggets, really, is what you have in the end.
The Heat are about to be smoked in the next game.
You see my avatar with the Miami Heat hat on? You think that's a coincidence?
Well, maybe. I hope the Heat lose so Spoelstra comes to Portland.
I tell you,
And Jimmy Butler.
He is one of the best coaches in the history of the league. And he was on the court when Hank Gathers died. That guy he paid his dues, unlike Shuley. He worked in film rooms. His dad was like in the Blazers front office at some point. And he worked his way up, and he actually played Division I. He has had he somehow makes the most out of all these the team is like half the roster is undrafted players. It's crazy what that guy can do he always manages to be good. He's got such a he's got to be one of the most underrated coaches in the history of sports. Eric
If only
Spoelstra.
Hunter had held on.
Hunter didn't like Mutombo, says. So yeah, the Nuggets had the Mutombo, Mahmoud Rauf years with Rodney Rogers.
I think he just didn't like those bad jerseys.
And Fat Lever is my favorite Nugget. And then actually, Thompson died before the Carmelo Anthony years, which were pretty good. Those, Marcus Camby and Allen Iverson was on that team, and those are pretty good teams. Those were really fun, talented teams that didn't actually win. Kenyon Martin was on that team. So he didn't get to see them, and I think Thompson would have liked those Nuggets.
Past February, with his health failing, Hunter was even more glum than usual. "This child's getting old," he muttered.
Okay, this is the suicide letter.
CUC Day.
I'm sorry.
You're the one who said you were going to say that.
CUC Day.
He muttered with stark regularity, an old-timey refrain that mountain men used to utter when their trailblazing days were over.
There you go, Chair.
Depressed and in physical pain from the hip replacement surgery, he started talking openly about suicide, polishing his .45 caliber pistol and weapon of choice. He was trying to muster the courage to end it all. Then, on February 16th, Hunter decided to leave a goodbye note scrawled in black marker. It was appropriately titled, "Football Season is Over," although he left a grim missive for Anita, his young wife. Hunter was really talking to himself. Here, published for the first time, are perhaps his final written words. "Oh, no more games, no more bombs, no more walking, no more fun. Oh, no more swimming. 67. That's 17 years past 50. 17 more than I needed or wanted. Boring. I'm always bitchy. No fun. For anybody. 67. You're getting greedy. Act your age. Relax. This won't hurt. At the bottom of the page, Hunter drew a happy heart, the kind found on Valentine's Day cards. 4 days later, on February 20th, he committed suicide
Day. Okay.
by firing his pistol into his mouth.
Oh my God! Look at this, Johnny Bob with the Junior Seau reference. Hunter has more football references in a Suicide Day note than Junior Seau. Oh my God! I never really read Junior's note, but that was a really sad story.
That's
that had
a
to be
rough-
head trauma.
That's rough.
That is rough. That's almost the pithier the Suicide Day letter, the worst. That hit. That was that's tough. That was tough for me to read.
Well,
Actually.
and also finishing it in the chest so his brain can be studied. It's like, oh.
Am I overstepping, or am I conjecturing too much when I say he just didn't want to be old? He says it there. I mean, it's obvious.
Yeah.
You know, people do not react well to milestone birthdays, and you just don't see yourself as you start to dwell on it, like, I'm not supposed to be this age. I don't know. I'm living on borrowed. Not that it was a health thing. He says, boring. It's no fun. I don't want to be, doing old people things aren't
And
fun.
the body starts failing you,
Yep.
and it's like, this won't get any better. Some
And
people
that's
can't handle that.
exactly what his mentality was. This won't get any better. It can't. And he is in the too much fun club, as Depp said, and he couldn't take kind of, foreseeing in the future of how this is going to go. I think he also wasn't walking very well, as he says here.
Yeah.
And I don't know if it was
Well,
hyperbole.
that Viper Room clip out on the street, he was not walking that great at that point.
No, he was. He always had a weird kind of his own personal walking style. I felt like it was deliberate. Maybe it is like he's actually. Autobot says, "This is how I feel now at 48 years." Yeah, some people don't. I mean, I don't know if I don't know if you're kidding, Autobot, but some people don't. Some people 40, they don't want to be 40. They don't want to be 50. They don't want to be. They just don't.
You're still young, Autobot.
They don't. Yeah, it's definitely young. I mean, look at 48 now. It's like, that's
70
Katie Holmes' age, right?
Yeah.
What are you talking about? When
70.
Winona Ryder
Some people at 70 still have an immense amount of life left in their spirit and their
70 is
body.
not what it was. I know it's not the same. I mean, you broads, I say this all the time. You broads age 45 is not what 45 was when I was in high school. It's just not somehow, and I don't know if it's all the facial preservation and all the tricks you broads know and do now, but it's not the same. Look, there's no way 45 looked like Eliza Dushku when I was in high school.
You have to moisturize. Not even kidding. That's what it is.
Me and the blacks use relaxer.
Keep moving and moisturize.
And with that, so this is really quick. This is Thompson. So after the Fear and Loathing kind of fame he got through Depp, ESPN2 signed him to write a column, which I believe was weekly. It could have been monthly. And this is what Thompson wrote, and he incorporates Depp into this article about 9/11. And I remember reading this when it came out, and Depp goes, "Well, some of it's true and some of it's not." And so this is. I'm not going to read the whole thing. I'll just read the Depp part and stop it.
One word.
Kathy Scott says, "I don't get it. I'm 58 and I'm not ready to go." And good for you, Kathy. That's how you should always be. But Kathy is a year and a half younger than Depp is. Believe it or not. Everyone thinks Depp is like perpetually, 25.
Yeah.
And you shouldn't be ready, Kathy. And I know this Carpe Diem thing, right? seize the day, live each day as if it's your last. Yeah, I mean, if there's somehow to
something to
hang
that.
on to that, people should, but it's
Mhm.
impossible to hold on to that all the time. Something F's your head up along the way. It's impossible to hold on to that mentality all the time. I'm happy to be alive. Live each day as if it's your last. It's great in theory, and we all should think like that. But something corrupts your brain along the way that it's really difficult to hold on to that.
Drums Roll by Hunter S. Thompson. Johnny Depp called me from France on Sunday night and asked what I knew about Osama bin Laden. Nothing, I said. "Oh, nothing at all. He's a ghost. For all I know. Why do you ask?" "Well, because I'm terrified of him," he said. "All of France is terrified. I freaked out and rushed to the airport, but when I got there, my flight was cancelled.
Lily
All
Rose.
flights to the U.S. were cancelled. People went crazy with fear." "Oh, join the club," I told him. "Almost everybody went crazy over here." "Oh, no, never mind that," he said. Who won the Jets-Colts game?" There was no game," I said. "All sports were cancelled in this country, even Monday Night Football."
This is when Depp is firmly in France, Sarah. Like
Mhm.
this is when he's there with Vanessa. Lily Rose is like, let me see, 2 years old at this point. So he rarely comes to America, and you're thinking he's going to stay there forever, and that's obviously not true. So he's sort of out of touch with American goings on, and this tracks with this.
"No, that's impossible. I've never known a Monday night without a game on TV. What's the stock market doing?" "Nothing yet. I said it's been closed for 6 days." "Ye gods. No stock market, no football. This is indeed serious." Then I heard the lock on my gas tank rattling, so I rushed outside with a shotgun. Fired both barrels into the darkness. "Poachers," I thought. "Blow their heads off. This is war." So I fired another blast in the general direction of the gas pump. And then I went outside to reload. "Why are you shooting?" my assistant Anita screamed at me. "What are you shooting at?" "Oh, the enemy," I said gruffly. "He's down there stealing our gasoline." "Nonsense," she said. "That tank has been empty since June. You probably just killed a peacock." At dawn, I went down to the tank and found the gas hose and shredded a bird shot with 2 peacocks dead. So what? I thought. What is more important right now? My precious gasoline or the lives of some silly birds?
So I'll stop at that. It's basically the neurosis that happened after 9/11. He's
Mhm.
talking about his experience, and that Depp called him panicking from France. And that got, even like back then, that became a story, and that was traction. And that's how I knew they maintained their friendship. Like I didn't know if they kept up with each other at that point, because that's 3 years after Fear and Loathing in Las Vegas. So I'm kind of going like, are they still friends? And that's, oh wow, they still keep up. And I didn't realize that they like spoke on the phone like every night.
Mhm.
Thompson was on Charlie Rose. I guess I'll get that for next time. And he talks about something similar to this, but then I realized in this Charlie Rose interview that they spoke like every night. He like became his father figure. I think he's the same age. Let me see. He's around the same age of his regular dad. He actually might be older too. Depp's dad is younger than his mom by 5 years, which is kind of strange. Back then, like it's always, I think the mom would be like 80 if she was still 84, 85. I think the dad is barely, I think in his late 70s
Okay.
is how that goes. Do you want to end this here, Sarah? Or this is okay, this I didn't
What's
play this
left?
before. This is Depp talking. He actually got him to talk about Lily Rose briefly, and as I bet you can predict exactly what he's going to say. So this is at Cannes, and somebody actually got him to
Okay.
speak about Lily. You rarely hear him talk about his kids.
Father, to see your daughter, who is now a young woman, safe to say, handle herself with grace and dignity and elegance and kindness, and she does have a special thing, talent. She's just her, but she doesn't cut herself short. She knows that her work is important and she works. there's nothing Vanessa or I could have, or anyone could have done more to make me more proud of her. Doing interviews, talking the talk, babbling, all that stuff, people can do that. It's not just that, she actually has something to say. Smart kid. Same with my boy, same with Jack, so very lucky. And one day, they'll be my parents and they can change my diapers.
That's what my mother says to me all the time.
That's about the perfect thing you can say about your kids, to sort of not create any controversy and stuff. I still don't know the extent that they speak. We're never going to know, and I'm sure they're going to try to keep it that way as best they can. There's no shots of them, and I haven't seen them in frame together in I don't know how long.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, you got to go back to, I don't know. Can you name the last time you saw them in the same picture?
No, I can't.
It's and I'm sure you don't know what Vanessa's involvement in all this is. She's like, stay away from this man, because they're getting. Remember when, like, during the especially the feud started to really heat up, they were getting, when they would go back and forth to France, they were getting, the paparazzi was all over them at the airports. I mean, we played that clip of she and Jack going up to security, and they have 5 guards around them, and paparazzi's just tailing their asses through LAX
Mm-hmm.
all the time. And that's probably when, I bet you, when Vanessa's like, all right, that's it. We're just going to stay in France. And I'm not
smart
participating."
move.
But she's got to
Especially with a young son like that. Yeah, get the hell out of there.
Well, Vanessa had to be more than anybody, because I mean, essentially she cheated on her with with Amber Heard, and now
Mhm.
she has to relive this over and over again with the paparazzi reminding her of it over and over again. Like she if anyone can't escape it, it's really Vanessa, because she rarely gets brought up in this scenario. Mental illness is a bitch, says Autobot. Yes, it is.
Mhm.
Mental illness allows you to not think on terms of seize the day. If you are a true depression sufferer like I am, this carpe diem mentality, in theory, you can even get it tattooed on yourself. You are going to fall prey to the war in your head all the time, and you're not gonna. For me, Gary Shandling said this once. Like you wake up and you have this kind of haze in your brain, and this weight, and like a war in your brain, and it is hard to just take your first steps. There are times we were doing the trial. I mean, I wouldn't say my first words until there have been Radio Gunks. I'm not going to say when, that we've done that daily show, it's commenting on the current Wretched show, where my first words were that show of the day. My first words of the day were on that show. I hadn't spoken to anybody until that show. It had
Mhm.
gotten me, and in a way, it was a good, because it would kind of force me to interact. But it is a bitch of a mistress, and it is. I still don't. I have taken, I don't know, 15 different medications. Nothing seems to take. I still wrestle with. I don't believe in it entirely, but I try. It doesn't really affect me wrong or bad or good. So you're like, well, why not? But yeah, I'm living proof. I have been battling this since my late teens, and I have way more bad days than good days, and it is. I the time that it robs you of is the thing that you're never warned of, because you can't get it back.
Mhm.
You'll never get it back. That's the way I would scare someone into sobriety, of like seize the day, because you can't get the time back. Because you think when you're in that state, you're going to be in some kind of mental illness suspended animation, that everything's just going to wait for you, and it doesn't. So the way to scare someone back into it is you have to say you lose that time. You don't log it away. It's not suspended animation.
Mhm.
That's the advice I would give. But again, it's almost like to scare someone out of it, but that doesn't work.
I think you're very lucky that you have the opportunity to see a therapist, and you're able to continue with that.
I think my therapist is lucky to talk to me. How about that? I say it to him all the time. I go,
But all I can tell you is, along with your therapy, take advantage of whatever prescriptions you can try and test, and you'll get one eventually that will make some kind of difference, even if it's a slight difference.
I have seen the Graham Norton show, Jamie. I have. He's been on there a few times. He loves those British talk shows. Wish he'd do that. He's way more loose and lucid on that than I wish. And I like the British format because it's not as it's like more freewheeling, and it's more long form where he'll sit in there the whole time around other celebrities you've never seen him around. I remember when he did Leno for the first few times. I'm like, come on, I want to see Depp next to David Hasselhoff. He was on promoting Nick of Time, and David Hasselhoff was the second guest, and he took off. He didn't stay on the couch like they all do sometimes. And then he was on again, and Kathy Ireland was the second guest, but he never stayed on the couch with the rest, like the rest of them do. He always took off. And I always hated that. I always wanted to see him interact with. But yeah, those British talk shows, they have a cool kind of the way I like how it freewheeling and lucid is. What the hell was I going to say about mental illness? Oh yeah. So if you're going to see, my advice is if you're going to see a therapist, make sure you get him not in your circadian rhythm. Don't get him at 8 o'clock at night like I got mine, where they're falling asleep and they've heard it all that day and they want to get out of there. Try to get it around 1 in the afternoon. You don't want the food coma either. So you want to get them like in the middle. You don't want them too early. You don't want them too late. You want them somewhere in that sweet spot from 11 a.m. to 1 a.m.
And if you're not comfortable with the first therapist, get
Shop
another
around.
one.
Right. You could really waste a lot of time on the wrong therapist.
There will be one that just hits with you and you are easy, to have a conversation with. And that's where you got to start. So don't just accept the first option. I don't know why I'm preaching.
Have you had a therapist before?
I probably should at some point, but no. I do know people that are going through that and have had to shop around and just felt there were, at the end of their rope when the first therapist didn't work out and they thought that was their only option, but they were able to shop around and it hit with, the third or the fourth one. And it improved so much after that.
Yeah, I mean, a lot of people get stuck and you think, well, this guy had a bad day. I got to feel him out. We don't know each other yet. But you get to about 3 or 4 and you're like, okay, this isn't. If he's just going to stare at me writing down with no follow-up questions and just sort of dead inside, I better move on. You're right. I mean, there's just not enough time on this planet to waste time on a therapist. And he's getting paid a lot of money to sit there and
if it takes you 6 months to a year to find the proper therapist, then it's going to take you that long. You just have to wait it out. I know that's easier said than done.
Well, you'd shop for a house, right? Much longer than you would. You don't just take any old thing that's. How about Allison Stern in Roslyn Heights, licensed therapist?
I don't think anybody can afford her.
I consider well, it's in your benefit plan, right?
Yeah.
G Canada goes, I'm sure kids will spend as much time with their dad when he's elderly as they did when they were young, as in not at all. They will call every month for their paycheck. QUE, says G Canada. Thank you, Audible. Exactly. Thank you, Silent Melancholic, my favorite internet name.
I want to thank everybody, too, for the donations. I believe when we get our cut, we should be over our goal for the month. So thank you so much, as always.
That's right, Audible. Where did the time go? That would be my cautionary tale to anybody fighting a depression and how to maybe be forced to snap out of it. Just in your brain, calculate how much time you wasted taking a depression nap or just mailing it in that day, not at all waking up and avoiding something, or just tabulate the time you wasted doing it. That might scare you right back into like seizing the day as it were. With that, sleep apnea is terrible and depression is hovering. Yes, it is, man. Role play scenario between John and Sarah is definitely a therapy. That G Canada, what a sitcom wise ass he is, right? What a classic.
Go back to the last comment that you just skipped over and
What?
read your compliment.
Role play scenario
next one.
meaning therapy session. Sleep apnea.
Well, I appreciate that. Thank you. You're going the wrong direction.
Arm is incredible during the trial, G Canada. Thank you, sir. As were you. It was amazing to fill out that much time by himself. A great feat of the hardest thing about that was waking up at that time and having to be on. That was the toughest part. Like just trying to wade into it. But I think if you listen, I was spitting facts. I think that most people didn't know. All the grifters that tried to latch onto. That was a lot of fun. It was more fun when you were there. I think about 80% of the time I did it myself.
My favorite part was having to race home on my break, take my break like 3 hours early, race home, log into StreamYard,
yeah.
and fix your technical problems.
Yeah, Lord Marie's right. Change of environment also goes a long way to change your mindset. Sometimes you get
Yes.
stuck in a rut. There are times I remember going traveling somewhere or going, oh wow, I just feel reinvigorated. That does help, but you know that it's temporary. You're just like, well, I can't move here because I'm bringing my problems with me here. But she's right though. When you go, and I'm not even talking about a vacation, just a change of environment. You're just like
Mhm.
it takes you out of your same old that you're kind of what is a rut. Not everybody can do that though, but she's right. I mean, I have definitely gone somewhere and been like, oh well, you just this weird energy comes over you, but you know it's short lived.
Yeah.
I had a greenback, 17 years in therapy. I've been I'm going on Jesus Christ. I want to say it started in 1990.
Well, on and off though, right?
On and off. I haven't tabulated the total amount. So yeah, that's 30. Was it 30, 32 years or something? Yeah, I'd say about 32.
33.
I think it was like late 1990 or something. I don't. I mean, I don't know why I remember. And that was, and yeah, like you said, I was off and on with it because it would just not take, and I'd be like, all right, I'm. Because there are people like there are just normal. There are just uh civilians that can do a better job therapeutically than a therapist can.
Mhm.
Just because you're a therapist does not mean you're good at it. It's like there's
Yeah.
bad cops, right? Not every cop is great. Well, we'll support the police. Well, not every police deserves your support. There's people who get into they just want to they like the power of it. Their father was a cop. They want to wield the gun. They just can't do anything else. And there are some good cops. So I don't know what
Mhm.
and there are some bad therapists and there are some good ones. Just because you're certified does not mean you should be doing that.
Mhm.
Like you have no natural ability in that field whatsoever. And there are some really bad ones that waste your time.
I do want to say too, next week we have our show Friday, and then after that, the weekend we're going to be a little light in the content. Arm is actually
And in
getting
the
away for a
loafers.
few
And in the
days.
loafers.
No, Arm is going to be getting away for a few days on a mini vacation, and then we'll be back mid next week.
Staycation. I'm going to Mastic Shirley.
Are you okay?
Yeah,
I don't know where
I
you're
want to be
going.
the first person that says I'm vacationing. And hey, they have an ocean.
Yeah.
That's the same Atlantic Ocean as the Skeleton Twins use. It's the same
Mhm.
Atlantic Ocean. It's just a couple miles west of it. Depp always, yeah, he's very good on those UK talk shows. He looks very comfortable. It's a better experience. Everywhere you go, there you are. Says I'd agree. That's
Mhm.
exactly right. She's right. You got to take you with you. The trial cover. Thank you, Ben 4810. Thank you, thank you, everyone. Is there a gunk show? I don't. Tomorrow's Memorial Day, right?
Yeah, I
So
doubt it.
no, I don't think there is.
We might, if there's no gunk show, we'll probably record some Patreon stuff.
Yeah, and maybe some chat. I think we're doing some gunk thing. I haven't decided which. I might pull out some obscure video. I'm not sure what. There's 1,000 ideas I've written down that we don't get to. I mean, we don't need to do the fucking daily show. We could have. There's 1,000 things. I have literally a notebook full of ideas of themes and to revisit. Even if it's just like a cleaning out the computer where you randomly jump from one salacious clip. For example, the other day I found a clip of Howard admitting I'll just leave you with this. Sirius did not want the Howard on demand to happen because their thinking was, and this makes sense, right? If you have Howard on demand, like let's say that originally the plan was to put the show on in full on Howard demand. And they said, well, why would they subscribe to Sirius if they can get your video component on demand? Why would someone want the audio then? So they legally blocked him from, and Howard, he wants to double dip and he wants it both ways. And they blocked on demand from starting in most cable areas. Sirius did some legal thing where, because their thinking was, again, if you have a full video component, why would you subscribe to Sirius to get him? Right? What would be the point? There's been well, you take it in the car. You can figure out how to get around that anyway. So Howard said, "All right, I'll just do clips and moments and bits and segments from the show." and we'll create our own content, and that's how that happened. But Greenstein tried to block On Demand because they thought it was a conflict of interest. That's just one thing I found the other day. The other, I found Ralph calling Robin the N-word with no irony on the Howard 100 News, which you'll love. It's not done in any kind of, it's just straight up the N-word. There's nothing about it. Don't make excuses. It's him. He is a racist piece of crap. I mean, I remember him with King of All Blacks showing that. That's his true side, calling, and it's the perfect place to do it. The Stern Show is safe haven, King of All Blackface for the N-word. He called Robin the N-word to Howard, and it's, again, no irony, straight up, you are an N-word. I believe I played it for you, right, Sarah?
Mm-hmm.
Do you agree with me?
It's gross.
It's gross. Anyway, thank you, everyone. Thank you, Sarah. Patreon one last time. We did Jump Street. We found, reformatted the original Christmas on Jump Street, Christmas in Saigon. I am putting up for everyone. Yeah, subscribe to a Patreon. It's only $2. And again, I went this because of we couldn't do the full reviews of it because of YouTube's Nazi bullshit. So the Ralph roast saga I just completed last night. And it is 3 hours and 40 minutes, and that's why I brought Ralph up. And the N-word is in there. You'll hear it in this, actually. You hear Ralph call Robin the N-word in this. And it's the roast itself is only about 58 minutes, but I put everything around it, and the wrap-up show is better than the roast itself because it spills over to that. And it's from 2006, and I think you'll enjoy it. It's 3 hours and 40 minutes. And it took me many hours to make it, and you'll enjoy it.
By the way, when we leave, play outro. It's underneath the intro.
You made a new one?
Yeah, it's a little edited. I got to
Okay.
fix the edit. Okay, the editing in the beginning is crap. I didn't have time to fix it, but it's fine.
Is that all you Italians know how to do? Scream and hit?
It's not that.
Okay.
Like Raquel Welch's one great piece of ass. Forget about it.
Or that.
Blacks, Jews, Hispanics, whatever.
Or that. Or that. And I'm gonna say I'm not saying any more about Radio
I bet
Gunk.
Jack Depp.
Okay, let me finish. I'm not
Alright.
saying any more about Radio Gunk. I have not been banned. It could be temporary. I am banning myself. That's it. End of story.
Are you doing a tiger lily on us, Sarah?
Apparently.
Some people just need a sabbatical to get it. It's a very
It's more than
toxic.
that. I'm done.
Stern community can be very. Thank you, Silent Melancholic. Great debut. Thank you, Julie Moss. Yeah, thank you, Julia. The Jack Depp towel snap is like my favorite GIF. I haven't really made it into a GIF, but it's a great drop on here. It's just a very toxic environment. Toxic again.
It's
with
not
that
even
word.
that. And you know this. You know the reason. I'm not going to share it here. I wish them nothing but the best.
Self-imposed exile, says Autobot. That's pretty well said. Yes, G Canada is full of horrible people. Just like we said about therapists and cops. It is some great people, and there is some horrible people. Right? I mean, that's what it draws. And you are the great people. Every last. I'm not kissing ass. You are the great. If you're in this chat, you are the great people. And we are privileged to have you on any level in any way. I say it all the time. We are nothing, as Whitney Houston said, right, Sarah, in the Bodyguard soundtrack.
But I will say I loved everybody I posted with. If I didn't, you were on ignore. I don't have a problem with the posters. Again, I wish you nothing but the best. You have a great podcast, and that's it. End of story.
Moo! 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 I'm a loser! Eh?
Sit down. Stay where you are. For the first time, I choose to walk out on you.
21 Jump.